Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Scott McCarty, Chair of the PSPRS system. This morning, we'd really like to welcome you to our annual employer conference here in 2022. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, we greatly appreciate your attendance at the event today. Based on online signups, we have over 500 registered guests, and we look forward to sharing information with you this morning. You will note that there's a Q&A feature on your desktop that'll allow you in real time to ask us questions as we go through the day and make our presentations. We'd encourage you to use that feature and make this as interactive as possible. We would love to be able to spend today with you in person, but that's just not possible. And hopefully that we can all get together a year from now in 2023 for our annual conference next year. I'll be making a few introductory remarks this morning, and we have a well-packed agenda for you to really give you a sense of where the system is today and a lot of the issues that we're working on. And I look forward to being able to kick that off and kind of set the table for today's event. I'm having some trouble with the clicker.
Next slide.
There we go. Sorry about that, folks, dealing with the technology. Let me start by introducing the 9-member Board of Trustees. Again, we're at a little bit of disadvantage. I'd love for you to be able to meet these folks in person, but we'll do the best we can here over the video. It's with these people that I serve on a daily basis and really help to move this system forward. These are some fantastic people that I have the utmost respect for, and their commitment to this system is unparalleled. And some of the successes that we've had, we're really, really proud of. Each one of these members is tremendously dedicated to serving this system and working hand in glove with the staff and the members to move the organization forward. I serve with Vice Chair Harry Papp, Randy Stein, Chris Hemmon, Brian Moore, Dean Scheinert, Alan McGuire, Nate Weber, and Darren Wonderly. The makeup of the board is defined by state statute. It requires that 2 members are from the police profession, 2 members are from the fire profession, and the other remaining 5 members of the board have professional careers in such areas as investing, economics, and insurance. Again, we are extremely dedicated to the system, and we look forward to sharing with you over the course of today the successes that we've had, as well as the items that we're working on over the course of the next year. Critical to the success, next slide, please. I think I'll just do it that way, if I could. Critical to the success of the system is our board and committee structure. It allows us to take a critical deep dive on a lot of issues before those issues come to the board for consideration. At the committee level, they work with staff and consultants to really dig deep and understand the particular issues that the system is dealing with. We have 4 committees that work in that regard. You'll hear from each of those committee chairs today, and they'll give you an update on their work programs and some of the issues that they're working on. I would encourage you all to follow along on their agendas and their issues as they're developing and provide feedback to them in real time. We have 4 committees. We have our advisory committee, our investment committee, our defined contribution committee, and our operations, governance, and audit committee. And again, each one of these committees meets either monthly or quarterly to deal with the issues at hand. And then it is through that process that the issues come to the board for consideration and deliberation. Next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit about what the last year has meant to us. It's been a record year in many regards. And again, you'll hear a lot of the details as you hear from a lot of the committee chairs. But at the top of the list was a noticeable drastic improvement to the funded status of the plan and a reduction in our pension liabilities in all 3 plans, PSPRS, EORP, and CORP. We now sit on record asset balances. For the 12 months ended June 30th, 2021, we saw investment record returns of about 27, 28%. Chair Pat will detail that in his session later today. We've created an Arizona Employers Pension Pre-Funding Trust. And again, that's another tool for you as employers to use to improve the funded status of your plans and set aside money for future pension payments. We've greatly improved the system culture and the environment. Administrator Mike Townsend, who you'll hear from after me, will go into more detail at the administrative level, what's going on here inside the walls of the system. But I can tell you the culture is much different than it was 3 and 5 years ago due to the hard work of Mike and his staff. All of this has resulted in an improved understanding of financial condition of the system, both by the trustees, by the staff, and by you as employers. We've been working very hard over the last 3 to 5 years to work to improve the financial condition of this system. And those results are really starting to pay off. And we've seen those in the last 3 to 5 years. One of the things that we've worked on with the advisory committee is an update to our pension funding policy. As employers, you'll hear more about that as we go through the rest and the balance of this year. But we felt it was appropriate to make some updates to our pension funding policy to continue to ensure we have the resources to keep the system fully funded. We worked on eliminating negative amortization, reducing payroll growth assumptions, and we implemented closed 15-year amortization periods. Our actuary firm, Brad Heinrichs, will be here for a session. Brad will go into more detail about those changes, but again, all of those have served to improve the funded status of the system at varying levels across the 230 plus employer plans. Next slide, please. So here I want to just say thank you. Thank you for all your collaboration, especially over the last year. If we take a deeper dive at last year and even into this year, we see some pretty amazing financial results. On July 1st of 2021, we received $39 million of prepayments. This is a best practice we started years ago, encouraging employers to pay your annual amount to the pension system the first day of the fiscal year. And you can see by contrast, when we first started this back in 2015, we received some money, $2.3 million, but last July 1st, we received 369 million payments from employers for their amounts due for the current fiscal year. The other thing that has really moved the needle is the additional payments from you all from the employer perspective. For the fiscal year ended 2021, we received $1.6 billion in additional employer payments. And year to date this year, just about that same amount at $1.5 billion. In total, that's over $3 billion of direct payments to reduce unfunded liabilities. That breaks down between about 50 employers who made payments of $1 million and about 40 employers who paid us those amounts by issuing debt. And again, we can't thank you enough for your support and your trust in giving us that money to move forward with this organization and eliminate unfunded pension liabilities. Next slide, please. This is a slide that we've talked a lot about, and we want to summarize the ways that employers have made those additional contributions that I just referred to. And there's really 4 of them. There's direct payments. This is extra money, if you will, that employers have in their budgets. We received $1 billion, for example, from the state of Arizona for DPS and Department of Corrections. We have some employers who, instead of issuing debt to use their CIP or pay for their capital improvement program, they finance that and they have used that cash to actually then pay the pension system and reduce their unfunded liability. The city of Eloy is one such example. Early on in the process, several years ago, we had several cities go out and get a voter approved or council approved dedicated sales tax dedicated to reduce their PSPRS liability. Cities of Prescott, Payson, and Globe are all such examples. And those programs have been extremely successful given the strong economy in Arizona since they instituted those sales tax increases. And then, as I alluded to earlier, many entities, whether they're cities, townies, or cities, towns, counties, and fire districts, have went out and issued debt in interest favorable environments to pay off or pay down their PSPRS liabilities. So again, 4 opportunities, 4 ways for you to address these unfunded liabilities. We have staff here at PSPRS that are very knowledgeable about each one of these situations and more than willing to help you evaluate and construct a plan that might help you at your local level. Next slide, please. So board priorities as I wrap up. There's a handful of these that I want to make sure you understand that we're committed to doing in the upcoming fiscal year or the upcoming year. We want to continue our communication and engagement. This has been a foundation for the success that I've alluded to several times. We're very visible in what we do. We're out there at employer events, speaking engagements. We have consultants available for you. There's all types of ways and manners in which we're trying to improve, maintain that communication and engagement. You'll hear from our actuary. We've revised the pension modeler for those of you that deal with the financial aspects of the system to hopefully help you manage and do some scenario sensitivity analysis about where the unfunded liabilities are going. And as I alluded to earlier, we have an opportunity now through a new legislation to create pension pre-funding trusts. We also have a requirement from last legislative session, Senate Bill 1649, where we're going to improve reporting to the public, reporting to our members, and some more sensitivity financial analysis that we'll be working on, as well as adding 2 members to our advisory committee that represent the state legislative representation. Next slide, please. So concluding in my last slide, as I alluded to earlier, we updated the pension funding policy at the board level, but there is an implementation process that will be required at the employer level. We'll begin that here and shortly in a couple of months and be in touch about the requirements and the expectations we have to update that policy again at the local level. We're undergoing our required annual experience study where we look at many of the key actuarial assumptions every 5 years. We've just kicked that process off, and that'll be part of board meetings here in the next 3 months. We want to initiate discussions regarding retiree healthcare costs. A lot of our retirees get their healthcare services through the ASRS system, and we want to work and ensure that there's a strategic path forward to maintain those costs as best we can. You'll hear later about our cancer insurance plan. There's some opportunities there for our members to improve that plan and outreach. One of the things that's really important to myself and other board members is to hold a joint meeting with ASRS. We're in works of scheduling that. To my knowledge, that's unprecedented. We've never met as 2 legislative bodies between PSPRS and ASRS, and we look forward to having that initial meeting and subsequent meetings and working collaboratively with them on many issues. And then the last thing we're working on is some metrics to measure affordability. Obviously, our responsibility as the board is to make sure that there's money in the pension trust to pay the pensions of these retirees. But we also have to balance that against the affordability at the employer and taxpayer levels. And so our commitment to create some metrics to help us measure and understand affordability is the next evolution of the system and our sophistication in managing it. I think with that, that's the last slide. If somebody go to the next slide. Perfect. So that wraps up my opening comments. Christian, I do not know if we have received any comments. If so, I'd be more than happy to answer those at this time.
Chairman McCarty, at this time, we haven't received any questions. We'd like to remind our audience that the Q&A function at the bottom of their screen is open and available for the submitting of questions.
Okay, thanks, Christian. And again, thank you for your time and attention this morning. At this point, I'd like to introduce the Systems Administrator, Mike Townsend. Mike?
Okay, so while they're bringing up my presentation, just as an introduction, my name's Mike Townsend. I'm the administrator with PSPRS. I've been with the system a little over 2 years now. My background mostly from local government. Most recently, I spent about 20 years with Coconino County. a lot of work going back in time on pensions through ASRS, working with the League of Cities Pension Reform Task Force, all leading up and to my taking over PSPRS in 2019 as the administrator. I'd like to talk about some of the progress that we've made, the changes that have taken place. I think as Chair McCarty laid out, there's a lot of things going on, a lot of positive things. The Board of Trustees and the agency staff working well together to improve things. Improve funding levels, I think, are a really good measure and an example of what's happened. Improve stakeholder outreach. Over the past 2 years, we've done over 100 presentations down at the individual employer level with elected officials, with management, finance officers. We've increased accountability and transparency. When you look at the accounting issues that have been resolved over the past couple of years, we still have some internal control issues that we have some workarounds in place with our auditors. A lot of those are going to be taken care of with our new systems as we get those put in place, but we've had a clean audit this past year, so a lot of progress on the accounting front. We've invested in staff to meet current and future needs, to make sure we have the right people in place doing the job to make the system sustainable. We're investing in technology infrastructure, so having the right people is important, but we also have to have the right tools there for them to do their jobs. We revised the actuarial assumptions to eliminate the negative amortization, so working to implement those changes. And through that, most plans are now on a 15-year amortization period, even for their large unfunded liabilities. And so that really is structurally to ensure that the pay down of the pensions takes place going forward. It's going to save money for employers, taxpayers, but it's also going to ensure that the benefits promised to our first responders are there and are funded. So over the past 2 years, we've really made remarkable progress. We're really happy with what's happened, and we're really anticipating that trend to continue in the years going forward. I think obviously with pensions, it's a financial system, so those are some of the biggest measures in terms of that progress to really measure what we're doing to improve the system. The trust growth and the assets under management have really grown over the past couple of years. We've made great progress. Obviously, the big one there is that investment return, the 27.8% net of fee return. That added $3 billion to the trust last fiscal year. If you go back in time and look, June 30th, 2020, the PSPRS Trust had $10.9 billion assets under management. That was the portfolio that we were investing. And then you look at the progress we've made with the investment returns that add $3 billion, the additional contributions from employers. Last fiscal year, we ended with $15.7 billion in assets. That's great progress, and we see the trend continuing. With the additional contributions this fiscal year, as of October 31st, 2021, that number's grown to over $17 billion assets under management. In addition, there are legislative proposals in place right now for the state to consider paying down their employer unfunded liabilities within PSPRS and in the correction officer's plan. And so through those additional contributions this current fiscal year, we're anticipating significant funding level increases again for the next valuation for 2022. Just a real quick visual on the investment returns. Mark Steed and Harry Papp are going to go through a lot more detail on investments a little bit later. That 27.8% return, you can see the results in terms of the annualized 3, 5, 7, and 10-year returns are all above the assumed rate of return of 7.3%. The additional contributions, just to give you a visual to put this in perspective, what this really means. When you go back in time and look at the additional contributions, the steps that employers are taking themselves to resolve unfunded liabilities for their jurisdictions, you can see the amounts that were there going back to 2017. Hundreds of millions of dollars, so there was a lot of good progress being made. But when you look at what's happened with 2021 and 2022 with the $1.5 billion each year, you can see the size of those additional contributions compared to what we saw historically. So we really are making good progress in getting those paid down. And there's a lot of employers that are taking advantage of all the different opportunities that Chair McCarty went through, different options for different communities. So you can see the numbers here for 2021 and 2022, the number of employers that actually took action to pay down their unfunded liabilities. When we talk about progress and that trend continuing, I wanted to give you this visual to see how that trend has been playing out over the past several years. Going back to 2012, you can see where the funded status was, and there was a definite decline going year to year. So in 2016, the legislature put in place pension reforms, and they also put on the ballot Propositions 124 and 125 to eliminate the PBI. That was really one of the big drivers of unfunded liabilities continuing to grow at PSPRS. And so you can see what's circled there in the middle, 2016 through 2019, through those pension reforms, it really slowed that growth of the unfunded liabilities. And so the funding status really levels off. And so what we like to see in terms of the trend is looking for a U shape on this graph. So going to the left, the funded status where it was going down, leveled out at the bottom. And so what we're anticipating is that continued increase going to the right. And so from 2020 to 2021, that increase where you look at the changes that we've made internally with staff, with the investments we're making, with working through those outreach efforts, and what the individual employers are doing to pay down their unfunded liabilities to see those increases. And again, we don't have 2022 on here yet. That'll be coming up when we finish this fiscal year, but we're anticipating a continue of that increase going out to the right. So it's really good trend going forward. From 2020 to 2021, you can see one of the points there. We went from 165 employers with a funded status above 50% to 188. So definitely progress on the individual employer basis also. Another visual, this is the correction officer's plan, same basic U-shaped trend from the left going to the middle. You can see the decline, pension reforms in the middle where it leveled off. And then 2021 had a very significant increase from 54% to almost 70% funded in 1 year. That the primary driver behind that was the state legislature. They made a significant $500 million additional contribution into the Department of Corrections. So they really took a huge step to get their unfunded liability paid down for the Department of Corrections. This is the elected officials plan. This is a pooled plan, so it's not on the individual employer basis. So there's really not a benefit of individual employers paying down paying down their unfunded liabilities. But you can definitely see the start of the U shape on this graph. From the left side, 54% going down, pension reforms taking place in 2017 leveled off. Actuarial assumption changes and the things that we're doing here at the system, you can start to see it is creeping up. It's starting to make the move in the right direction. And we anticipate that to continue also with the elected officials plan. Okay, so moving forward. So that's kind of a summary of things that have happened over the past couple of years, where we are today in terms of the valuations and the numbers. And so what are we planning going forward? We've taken care of a lot of those big urgent things in terms of the audits, the tools, the infrastructure needs, the funding policy changes that the board has put in place. And so now it's how do we thoughtfully move forward in terms of strategic planning? We're going through a process this spring. And some of the highlights of the things that we're considering as we go forward is we need to continue the work in accounting. We need to keep changing those processes, improving the controls, the transparency, getting the right things put in place for the long term to make sure that we're taking care of the money, the investments, the benefits for first responders going forward. Implementing those new systems, the pension administration system. We're also implementing an investment book of record to help the investment staff. The phone system has been implemented. We're working on the tools within that new system to help our call center to improve customer service. We're implementing those new legislative requirements. Chair McCarty talked about the new reporting requirements. We also implemented the new local board rules. And we also have the health insurance subsidy for the defined contribution programs that's going to be taking place July 1st coming up. So there's a lot of things going on, plus the new legislative proposals that are in play right now, working their way through the legislature. Part of our strategic planning is also going to address our facility limitations. PSPRS has been in this building for several decades. There's definitely some needs in terms of the building, but also looking at our new normal about remote work policies and how are we going to work with our staff and work with members to make sure that what we have in terms of our facility is going to meet our needs for the next 20 to 30 years, including what is the size of the staff and the number of members that we need to work with. As Chair McCarty mentioned, we're going through the experience study with the actuaries, And so we're going to continue to review and update actuarial assumptions and look at additional changes that are needed going forward. And again, the big thing, continuing to build that trust with stakeholders, continue that work in terms of communicating, reaching out, working, whether it's through large presentations like this or individual employers and addressing their issues, their concerns, and helping them find solutions for their own unfunded liabilities. Funding policy changes. The board made the changes to the actuarial funding policy. There's also some anticipated related legislative clarifications to help implement those and make the entire system work together better. These are part of those continuing reforms, going back to what the legislature started in 2016, continue to improve the system, have it work better to be sustainable for the long term. One of the things that we are working to change, historically, a funded status was always looked at in terms of the actuarial accrued liability. That's looking at the liability as of today, what's been earned. What we're focusing on now with the new funding policy is focusing on the true target, is that present value of future benefits. What's the total benefits for all the active employees, all of those benefits that have been promised. It's going to make things much more sustainable and ensure that the monies that are needed are going to be there for the first responders when they need to receive their pension payments after their service. The plan assets, we're also working to clarify that and be more transparent about the different measures that are used. The actuarial value of assets is used to calculate the contributions, but the market value of assets is really that true funded status. And so that's really important for employers to understand. When you want to know what is the funded status, that's how it needs to be measured. This gets very complicated. There's a lot of new terminology involved with this. And so it's really important, this outreach to stakeholder groups, that we're planning as we go forward over the next several months. We're already scheduled for several summer conferences next year. GFOAZ, ACMA, the Fire District Association. So we're already getting on the agendas so that we can go through this and work with all of the employers and the stakeholders to really understand what's this mean for the individual employer, what's this going to mean going forward in terms of funding status, how the new revisions that come out of the experience study are going to impact individual employers. So we really want to make sure that we continue that conversation and engage with the employers, the advisory committee, the other subcommittees that we have here as we work with the Board of Trustees to revise things to really make it more sustainable, make sure we're on the right path going forward. So that's the end of my prepared remarks. Christian, do we have any questions from anyone?
I'd like to remind our audience that we are open for questions. We have several minutes for our next presentation. The Q&A chat line is open. What do you attribute the rapid increase to additional contributions from employers to?
I think it has to do with an entire system at PSPRS. I think the pension reform changes the legislature put in really helped get it on a sustainable footing. The new board members, the makeup of the board has really transitioned well, the re-engagement of the advisory committee. So I think, and then the outreach efforts that we've made in communicating, being transparent. I think there's a lot more understanding about what we're doing, how we're handling the money, and a lot more comfort with what we're going to do with it going forward. Obviously, it's going to help the employers and the taxpayers save money. But I think most of it was really getting to that level of comfort with how we're running the system and the changes that we put in place.
Okay, with that, we will be hearing from our next presenter, which is Trustee Dean Scheinert, who is going to give updates on the Operations Committee.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dean Scheinert, and I am the chair of the Ops Committee, which also encompasses the governance and audit functions within PSPRS. I've been on the board now for going on 6 years, and this is my first year chairing this committee. And quite frankly, when Scott and our prior board colleague, Jim Amanduri, asked me to fill this role, first of all, I couldn't believe it because my background is in investments. And I was a little bit intimidated, but I can't tell you how easy a job this has been because of all the momentum that has built up over the last 2 or 3 years, both at the board level and at the staff level. And I'm very fortunate to have on the committee 3 other colleagues from the board, all of whom are members of PSPRS. They are part of our public safety personnel. And they include Brian Moore, Chris Henneman, and Nate Weber. And they are a great compliment to me because in some respects, I'm an outsider here. I'm not from here originally. I have a background in banking and finance, and I now work for a nonprofit in the homeless space. So it's very, very helpful to me to have the input and insights from the 3 gentlemen that I just mentioned. So in my presentation today, I'd like to focus on 3 areas that we're quite proud of here. You know, one is governance, the other one is actuarial, and the third one is internal upgrades within the organization, which includes technology, process and procedures, and staffing. So if we could turn now to I'll turn it here. The first, well, here's an outline of what we do. And you could see it's really a potpourri of functions that we try to fill and provide guidance to both the board and staff. And these I really see, along with the investment function here at PSPRS, this is the guts of the organization. It really, the staff members that are involved in these areas, just make everything go. So, and hopefully they're going in a direction that you're happy with. So the first initiative that I'd like to touch on is the pension administration system. And, I think of this as the hub of the organization. Think of an engine in a car. This is what really is going to bring our organization to a much higher level in terms of efficiency and functionality. It's a very large project. It's going to cost upwards of around $25 million and takes an inordinate amount of dedicated hours from our staff. But the returns are going to be significant. You could see the bullet points there. We're going to be replacing aging software and data management systems. We are going to have a goal to use a better platform with extensive capabilities in terms of communicating at different parts of the organization. We expect this to be done in 3 or 5 years, and all oversight and updates are going to be reported through the Ops Committee. So I think this is going to make everybody's life easier, both within and outside of the organization. It's going to bring on greater transparency and going to be much user-friendly from the outside. The next set of accomplishments is improving the call center operations, and we are very aware, I've even had difficulty calling in, the frustrations that you experience getting somebody here on the phone. But not only is it going to be easier for you to reach us, but we're going to have much better tracking of the conversations that we have. In addition, we made a wage index adjustment of 4% to Tier 3 for pensionable wages for PSPRS and Corp, and that will be reviewed every 3 years. Here's probably the most, next to the PAS system, this is the most important thing that I think we're going to talk about. And I really want to give a shout out to Brian Moore, who I mentioned before. The cancer insurance program is extremely important to our members. And it really resonated with Brian. He gets countless calls from his colleagues in the fire department and elsewhere within the system for our members who have unfortunately developed cancer on the job. And we feel that this insurance program has not been leveraged to the extent that it should. And there are a lot of reasons for that. And I'll I'll place a lot of the blame on us, is that we have not done a good enough job of messaging and communicating with our members how valuable this fund is. So we are studying the cost and feasibility of bringing more people within the plan under this umbrella, and also developing a communication strategy so that our members understand whether or not they are eligible for the benefits of this insurance program, because they worked their whole careers to be able to leverage this important benefit. There have been some legislation changes, which is just a detail. Premiums are going to be treated as taxable income, but the benefit of that is that we're going to avoid taxing the benefit payments when they are sent out to our beneficiaries. And then the fourth is auditing administration. This was a big deal 2 years ago when we had an issue around getting our CAFR done by the deadline in early December. And we brought on a new accounting firm called Clifton Larson. And for each of the last 2 years, this has been a much smoother process. It's a testimony to some of the upgrades that we have experienced, both in staff and also in our technology. And I'm pleased to say this last year, we got it in on time with no material findings, with compliance, laws, regulations, and other matters. So that's a good thing, and it should be something that continues well into the future. And a couple of new projects of interest. Mike alluded to the fact that we're going to be exploring looking for new office space, which will make this a much more happy place to come to work every day, especially coming out of COVID, where a lot of people were working remotely. And then two of our staff members here, Kathleen and Angela, have incorporated a integrity hotline. So wouldn't go so far as to call this as whistleblowing, but it's something for people on staff to call into to express any concerns about their workplace or their job. So if you haven't figured it out already, I'm from New York originally. I probably talk too fast. I apologize for that. I see I have 6 minutes left in my allotted time, but hopefully you found my presentation informative. I apologize again for speaking too quickly, but we do have about 5 or 6 minutes for questions.
Trustee Shiner, this is a question that PSPRS typically, it isn't uncommon to PSPRS. And the question is, what is the difference for an employee between the cancer insurance program and the changes made to the workers' compensation cancer presumption? I know.
Can you answer that? Can you say that again?
Sure. What is the difference for an employee for a member, I'm presuming they're asking about, between the PSPRS cancer insurance program and the workers' compensation cancer presumption?
It's great. And I am really glad Brian's here.
Well, I can say that this answer, one, for PSPRS's standpoint, PSPRS is in charge of administering the cancer insurance program. Trustee Shiner certainly didn't want to put you on the spot because workers' compensation doesn't become much of an issue for the trustees. Yes, it's a completely separate and independent entity, the Industrial Commission, that is in charge of workers' compensation. So I hope that answers that question.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brian Moore. I am a member of the Board of Trustees. I also chair the Defined Contribution Committee of the Public Safety Retirement System. Been on the committee since its creation in actually 2016 when the Arizona legislature created Tier 3 in the Public Safety Personnel Retirement System. I'm not going to go through all of my background information that exists on the slide, other than I have pretty extensive history since 2006 serving on the City of Phoenix's Defined Contribution Committee, board, which has about $3.5 billion in assets. In 2006, when I joined the committee, we had 500 million. So we've seen a significant increase over that period of time. I also serve on a local fire district, the Daisy Mountain Fire District Board, serve as board chairman. That's located in northern Maricopa County, so have a great deal of knowledge over 22 years of special taxing district law, and especially those laws affecting the fire districts. Our Defined Contribution Committee consists of several different folks from fire and police. These are the most experienced Defined Contribution Committee members that you will find across the Valley anywhere, and even across the country. They're all involved in their own respective boards in their jurisdictions. Myself, Darren Wonderly from the City of Phoenix. He's also a trustee. We also have a non-public safety trustee, Dean Scheinert, who at this point is a member of the committee. Brian Jeffries, representing the Professional Firefighters of Arizona. He is a member of the City of Mesa's plan. Ryan McKinnon, law enforcement from Scottsdale. Then we have some staff members from PSPRS, Mike Smerick, as well as Mark Steed. And we're adding a couple of new members to the committee, representing both the Corrections Officer Retirement Plan and EORP, the Elected Officials Retirement Plan, because they are members of the Public Safety DC plan as well. So these are probably the most experienced folks that you will find anywhere across the Valley. I'm proud to say that we worked to create this plan from the ground up. All of us have been educated through the National Association of Governmental Defined Contribution Administrators. They have a best practice, plan information, access to consultants and so forth. So we were able to build this plan from the ground up using best practices. We're really proud of it. When we talk about the assets, went from zero on July 1st of 2017 to over $500 million at this point as of December 31st. So we'll get into more detail of that. So what exactly are the duties of the Defined Contribution Committee? So we provide various oversight to the essentially 4 plans that we have within the Defined Contribution program here at PSPRS. 3 of them are 401A plans, and then the 4th one is a 457 program that was created by state statute probably about 2019, I believe. It was after we created the 401A programs. So we have the Public Safety Corrections 401A, a 401A program. We have the Elected Officials 401A program. We have the supplemental 401A plan for PSPRS, and going to talk about the elected officials. Their DB, defined benefit plan, closed December 2013. So what we have is essentially in that program, all new elected officials who desire to participate are in this program. The 457 plan is relatively new, when we say about 2 years old. It's an optional for employee deferred compensation benefits to set money aside on a pre-tax basis, and can be used by any member of public safety or the system. Some of the other duties that we have: overseeing and make recommendations to the Board of Trustees regarding the plan. Professional services that we have a plan record keeper, which is nationwide. We, following best practices, have a plan consultant who gives us investment information on a quarterly basis on all the funds within our program, which we have approximately 22 core accounts, 12 target date funds, a guaranteed stable value fund, which is guaranteed at 2.75%. And we had the Schwab self-directed brokerage. We also have plan benefit member education services contracted through a competitive RFP process. And that contractor is Public Safety Financial Galloway out of Mesa. Some of the investment option defaults for folks that join the plan. We have American funds for our new Tier 3 members who join. And then you have the option to move into any various mutual index fixed income funds that we have that comprise the 22 funds that I was speaking of previously. Tier 3 members who choose defined contribution only benefits in the PSPRS DC 401A. We have those that do not contribute to Social Security can join the hybrid plan. There'll be some talk about that later on in the presentation later throughout the day on how Tier 3 works. They have the option to be in the DB DC hybrid, and then Tier 3 corrections officers, their DB plan is closed, so they have essentially the DC only option here that's available. That's a straight DC with a split between the employer and the employee. We have some other, the probation and surveillance officers in Tier 3, they can choose DC only benefits as well. I think they have an option in the DB hybrid type plan. We also have members from Tier 2 of Public Safety Retirement System who were hired after January 1st, 2012. And that Tier 2 group went till June 30th, 2017. Now, those that exit drop, both in Corp and PSPRS, upon termination of their employment, their drop balance is transferred to Nationwide. It goes into the PSPRS fixed account, which is 2.75% through Nationwide. And also that's the PSPRS plans are available for all PSPRS retirees. So those retirees that serve in or have been retired and have assets elsewhere in other plans, they can roll these their assets into this particular plan. Defined contribution benefits and users, elected officials defined contribution retirement system. That was established, as I mentioned, in January 2014 after the original one closed in December 2013. And then there we have the supplemental PSPRS plan for those that want to contribute to the 401A. And we have the 457 plan that's available as well. The 457 plan that we have is very helpful for small employers who lack resources to open additional plans and negotiate competitive fees because they have small assets. We know a lot of plans out there that don't have the best governance, and they don't have the best fee structure because of their lack of assets due to the size of the employee population. One thing we want to make note of is that any member in public safety retirement system can participate in the 457 plan for personal retirement savings. Under our state law, employers are compelled to allow members to participate, but they're not compelled to make a match on the part of the employee's behalf. So if a police officer, firefighter wants to join the public safety 457, they can. There's no provision for the employer to deny that, to say you can't do that. They're compelled to allow membership into the 457. That's not the case right now with the 401A plan. So where are we at right now as far as balances? You can see that since December of 2021, we were at $531 million. That's almost a $200 million increase since September of 2020. So our assets are growing pretty substantially. As I mentioned, the drop from public safety members that are leaving, they automatically defer into the fixed account with the 401A for those that are leaving employment. And that usually happens, that amount is in the plan within a week after their first retirement check is paid out, which is essentially at the end of 1 month after they retired, because the retirement benefit is paid monthly in arrears at the end of the month. Okay, so what is our participation? Our makeup right now is about 12,000 members in the Public Safety Corrections Officer Defined Contribution Plan. We have 777 members who are in the supplemental 401A plan. The elected officials, we have 371. In the new 457, which is rapidly growing, we're up to 208 and expanding. So we're up to 13,400 employees total in our plan. A substantial growth since we created this in July 1st of 2017, or when it went into effect. As I mentioned, the employees can join this plan at any particular time. One of the things we did most recently is we had an issue with in our 401A plan for the Tier 3 members. We had a large forfeiture amount. It's over $2 million. IRS only allows us to do some specific things with that plan. What we did, we recommended to the Board of Trustees that the forfeiture dollars be used to pay plan expenses. Our administrative fees currently are 9 basis points of assets. That's what the employee pays for the plan. February or March 1st, start of the next quarter, that fee will drop to 7 basis points because it exceeded $500 million. But because of the large forfeiture amount, we're using that forfeiture balance within the 401A for the Tier 2 and Tier 3 to pay those plan expenses and eliminate that 7, give it a fee holiday on that 7 basis points or 9 basis points now until the foreseeable future. It doesn't impact the 3 other or the 2 other DC plans or the 457 plan. Our education benefit provider is required under state law. We went through a competitive RFP and bidding process. That's Public Safety Financial Galloway. They're doing multiple classes on a monthly basis across the state. This is very important for members who are in their new hire stage. They have 90 days to make a decision between the 2 types in Tier 3, DB hybrid or straight DC. They can also come out and do specific training for members, both active and retired, and want to make sure everybody's aware of that. One thing I want to make point of is Public Safety Retirement System does not endorse any asset management companies to its membership. There are a lot that are out there constantly calling on public employees in the DC plans to roll their balances over into other plans, but we don't endorse anybody doing that, nor do we endorse any companies that may advocate that. We advocate that the money stays within the plan where we get the lowest possible fees, and we have a gold standard plan when compared to other programs across the country. Okay, any questions? Yes.
Trustee Moore, we have 2 questions here in the queue. Number 1 is, how do employees elect to contribute to the PSPRS 457 account?
They would contact PSPRS and start that process. The number is 602-255-5575, and there will be probably directed to active member benefit staff, and we'll take it from there. One of the other things is they can contact, if their current plan has a nationwide rep, because Nationwide is the record keeper for our plan, and there's many jurisdictions across the state that have Nationwide as their record keeper for their plan. They could contact Nationwide as well. So.
Excellent. Thank you. Trustee Moore, question number 2. Where does the forfeiture balance come from?
The forfeiture balance comes from employees who are hired by a jurisdiction, and there's an employer match and an employee match. If the employee terminates employment before they are vested, the employee takes their contributions and leaves. The employer contributions per IRS law have to remain with the plan. So in the corrections industry across the state, that population of employees has not typically stayed long enough to vest for the employer contributions. So the employer contributions remain with PSPRS within the plan. We can't refund them to the employer, but future contributions we're working on giving a credit to the employer. But the forfeiture assets, we can only use that within the plan per IRS regulations.
And last question here, do employers have to elect to participate in the 457 plan before the employee can elect it?
No, they do not have to. Under the state law that was changed a year or 2 ago, the employer does not have to elect participation. Previously, that was a provision. Currently, under the 401A provisions, if the employees want to join the supplemental 401A plan, the employer has to elect participation. Under the 457 plan, that does not have to take place. The employee can elect to participate in the PSPRS 457 plan without the employer deciding that they want to participate.
Okay, and that'll about wrap it up here.
Great, thank
Up
you very
next-
much, and everybody have a good day.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. My name is Kenny Timms, and I'm the chairman of the advisory committee. I'm probably one of the more fortunate ones in that I'm already participating and an active participant in receiving benefits from the system that everybody's working so hard to maintain and continue. I was actually the youngest police officer hired by the city of Phoenix, and thus I was able to be the youngest to retire. I retired at the young age of 40 years old to pursue some personal business interest. And as a result of that, I realized that health insurance was an incredibly expensive aspect for retirees. And I started looking into it, trying to find lower cost alternatives. And as a result of that, I became a health insurance expert and started working with Phoenix Fire, Phoenix Police Department, and some other individuals regarding how can we find lower cost alternatives for our health insurance benefits. Through those contacts and relationships, I was later asked in 2017 if I would become a part of the advisory committee. I said, what's the advisory committee? Well, it was recently established in law that there would be an advisory committee to help support the efforts of the trust board. Our key response was, we are the stakeholders. We represent the retirees. We represent the current employees participating in the system, the fire districts, the elected officials. And we have the ability to go back to our stakeholders and kind of combine what the trust board is working on, and we can get the input that's necessary to help move some of these things forward. When we first started, I have to admit, it was a little rocky. We had, the first task we were given was to work on consolidating the local boards. And I think part of it was due to the process that we employed, that it became very challenging. It became very cumbersome. There was a lot of, head-butting back and forth about how this should be done. As a result of that, we kind of sat idle for about 2 years. And when Director Townsend and Chairman McCarty came on board, they said, hey, we've got this advisory committee sitting on the sideline. Let's put them to work. Let's get them out there and let's see what they can do to help us solve some of our problems. So we got all of a sudden revitalized, re-energized, put batteries into our systems. And since that time, I think we've been able to accomplish a tremendous amount that we'll go through here in a bit. But the makeup of the advisory committee, and I have to tell you, they are an incredible team. They work hard, they go back to the stakeholders, we give them timelines, and they have done an incredible job. So the results that you will see aren't the results of any one individual. It's everybody saying, we've got to get together, we've got to solve these problems, rolling up the sleeves and getting the job done. I won't go through all the names on here, but we did have 2 recent additions, and I think it's going to play a vital role. And that was we now have someone from both the House and Senate legislative representatives. How that's important is when we discuss what's happening and why, we get to know the understandings of why this is occurring, what the dynamics are behind it. So we get further beyond the math. Then when the individuals, Director Townsend or the other lobbyists from the League of Cities or county representatives or the union representatives go meet with the legislators, they already have a good idea that this has already been vetted out. There's already agreement between the stakeholders. And so far, it has worked extremely well in streamlining the process and helping us get to better results faster, more efficient, and with less friction. My goal as sitting on as the chair was I wanted to try to obtain consensus. You're never going to get agreement, but let's obtain consensus on what we can do and how we can do it so that we can move forward without friction, without adversarial, debate going back and forth. And if we can resolve those issues in our little groups, then we're going to be much more successful overall. So some of the accomplishments that we've been able to work on is, excuse me here, let me back up a slide actually. So when we first started, one of the things that was important was trying to come in with a phased in approach. We were asked to look at the unfunded liabilities. And when we started that process, there was a lot of misunderstanding. We didn't know what we were getting into. We didn't know how we were going to do this. We didn't even know some of the nomenclature. And through Foster and Foster, they guided us through this process. And with the education, we were able to move this process through where everybody was endorsing it. We all said, wow, this can really work. This can really have a positive effect. And when you see that over the course of a lifetime, someone who addresses or an agency, an employer that addresses their unfunded liability, can save $30–40 million over a 15 to 20 years time period. That's a lot of money that can be earmarked for other projects. So might be a little bit upfront to it, but by us going through the educational process, we were able to take that information, because no one wants to make changes and no one wants to implement procedures that have a negative impact on someone else. And what we were able to do through this educational process was bring everybody together where they understood it. They were able to go back to, League of Cities. I got to give Tom Belshey and Craig Sullivan a tremendous amount of credit, because they were able to take this now educational material and go, no, don't fear this. This is a good thing, folks. This is going to help your balance sheet. This is going to help your taxpayers. And by getting those individuals on board and supporting it, it makes the efforts of everybody else involved, Mr. Director Townsend, when he's out talking to these employers about the needs, it's like, yeah, I heard about that. That does make sense. And we've gotten a lot more buy-in from it. So I won't say the advisory committee has been a sole reason for that, but we've been a vital part in being able to blend that and make that work, that there was the buy-in to make this happen. When we came up with our unfunded liability proposal back to the trust board for approval, I was expecting this to be a huge day-long discussion. I think we spent about 20 minutes and it went through unanimously. It went through quickly. There wasn't a lot of discussion because all of the work had been done. All the questions had been answered. And what was really unique is that we were able to come up with a tailored approach that the elected officials, they decided, let's start this now. We want to start using these actuarial numbers and applying it immediately. And then on the public safety side, it's like, well, we've got some other issues. We've got some COVID things. Let's delay it a year. But we were able to do that because of the group coming together and figuring out solutions to really complex problems. Then we get to the legislative agenda side. So how do we play a vital role in that? Well, we again got together. Before we're going out to the legislature with bills that we're going to propose, we're getting the stakeholder buy-in. They're able to go back to the retirees. They're able to go back to the fire districts. They're able to go to the elected officials. They're able to go back to the League of Cities, take all of that information, what they've learned at the meetings, go back to their liaisons at the various employer level, get their input, and come back with, you know what, that can work. And as a result of that hard effort, rolling up the sleeves by individuals, getting that feedback, we were able to move forward and come up with a legislative agenda that's very aggressive, and yet it has a lot of needed changes. And those needed changes, from what I'm hearing this year, the feedback out of the legislature is the process is much sooner because there isn't this butting of heads of people trying to, you know, sway it or change it, because it's already been worked out. It's already been discussed. Is it going to work perfect every time? Absolutely not. But the more buy-in, the more aggressive we can get on those terms, the better it's going to be. You heard, to demonstrate how the process works, we were talking about the cancer insurance. One of the great things that happened out of this is the cancer insurance benefit, when it was paid out, it was taxed to the employee or the recipient beneficiary when they received that. So if they were going to receive a $15,000 payout for some sort of cancer, that would then get taxed at normally somewhere probably around 33%. So they're expecting a $15,000 benefit, to be surprised that it's only $10,000. So what we're recommending is that that benefit that the employee pays for that gets taxed. If it gets taxed at the employer level, then that benefit becomes no tax to the beneficiary when they receive it. So again, just simple little things like this. So how does that process work? Well, what are the implications to the employers? What are the implications to the retirees? Through the advisory committee, if we can work through all of those issues, if we can understand how that's going to impact and how it's going to work, we can then solve those problems at our level, so that when it gets to the trust board and it gets to the legislature, it hopefully goes through seamlessly. We now have the legislative representatives, a part of our advisory committee. They can go back and say, no, really, this is a good thing. You need to listen. This is a positive thing that's happening. And when that happens, there's a lot of synergy, makes it easier on everybody, and we can really make a big difference. And we still have a couple of big things to do with this cancer, having to do with allowing current retirees whose free period in the process has ended. And what we're looking at is, can we now allow them to pay into the system and continue that cancer insurance on their own? How would that do it? And what's the impact on the total cancer policy? Well, right now there's $32 million of reserve funds in there. So through Foster and Foster, they're able to unmask that. They're able to use their actuarial magic, as I call it, break it down into simple terms. And through that, we can work through and figure out what's going to work, how it's going to impact the employers, and move forward with that. So we do have several projects that we're working on, as you can see here. We're a great committee. I'm glad, and I thanks Chairman McCarty and Director Townsend for re-energizing us and engaging us, because I think we've been able to make a huge difference. Christian, do we have any questions?
Mr. Timms, we do not have any questions at the moment. Reminder to our audience that the question period is open. If not, we will move to a break. Mr. Timms, we do have a question here. Number one, if the cancer insurance premium is going to be taxable and we as employers receive the billing once a year, how are employers going to tax members on that amount? I think that's probably a matter that would be handled by employer HR and payroll services. So I think other than operational details, we don't have any questions for you, Mr. Timms.
Thank you, because I wouldn't have been able to answer that. All right. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Excellent. And a reminder to our audience, we're going to take a short 15-minute break and resume our programming at 10:30. Thank you.
My name is Brad Heinrichs. I'm an actuary with Foster and Foster, and I've been working with the PSPRS board for a few years now. And I feel like we've covered quite a bit of ground in that time, and I've gotten to speak with many of you in person at prior engagements. Obviously, with the pandemic, things are a little bit different now. But really the point of today's discussion or talk is to really update you as stakeholders what's been going on with PSPRS from an actuarial perspective on the funding front. And then also I'd like to remind you about this pension modeler that we've created for each of you to utilize in your own jurisdictions to help you try to figure out and budget what might be coming down the pike in the way of funding requirements in the future. And so with that, I'm going to try to go through my slides as quickly as possible. And I'd like to leave hopefully quite a bit of time at the end for some discussion and questions. So please hold your questions to the end or put them in the chat and we'll address them at the end. But I'll try to get through this as quickly as I can. So one of the first things that we've done in the last 12 months is to work on the board's funding policy. PSPRS has a funding policy in place, and it was to be reviewed every 5 years when we start doing experience studies or looking at assumptions. But in the last year, as you guys are all aware, we made some pretty sweeping changes to the way that the plans are being funded. And whether we're talking about PSPRS, Corp, or EORP, they've all made some substantial changes to the way that they're being funded, the way the plans are being funded. All really good changes, I believe, that will really help the system become healthier and more sufficient, self-sustaining over the long term. We made some amortization changes. We changed payroll growth assumptions, really trying to get rid of negative amortization. There's been a tier 3 that's happened, that's came about a handful of years ago or so, that wasn't incorporated in the funding policy. So it was really time to take a look at this funding policy and button it up a bit, hopefully try to improve it. Certainly needed to be updated to make it more relevant with our current plan and current structure. And so the board asked us to work with the advisory committee to review all of the assumptions and review all of the metrics in the PSPRS funding policy and make recommendations to the board as to how that funding policy can be improved. And I think I can say that we have completed that task, and the board has approved the new funding policy. So the next part of this discussion is really to show you where we've come out with our funding policy. As I mentioned before, lots of changes were made to the plan, essentially making it so that future actuarial gains and losses, so when we have investment returns that are different than what we expected, or turnover experience or retirement experiences that are different than what we're assuming, we quantify the impact of those events, and we amortize each of those. We create essentially a mortgage that could be a credit or a cost, and we recognize those over a 15-year period, just like a regular 15-year mortgage might be developed. In the past, however, it wasn't really working that way, and many of our plans had amortization periods that were much longer, 17 to 28 years. And what was happening, as I mentioned, I think the last time I spoke with this group, is that there was quite a bit of negative amortization where the payments on the debt were actually less than the interest that was being charged on the debt. And I know there are enough finance people in the group to understand that that's not a real good sustainable path when you're not paying off the interest on your debt. Or making a payment less than the interest on your debt, and so we've made some changes to ultimately eliminate that as a possibility. We had this legacy unfunded liability that had this negative amortization, but the board has voted and approved to systematically require the constituents to eliminate that negative amortization, start paying down the debt, and not just the interest. And these changes were made not just for PSPRS, but also for Corp and EOR. And so, getting into this concept of a funding policy, it's really a document that describes how we're going to fully fund this plan. And one of the things that we felt like would be a real improvement to this funding policy is to not just have an objective, but really add some metrics that could be looked at to decide or help the board or the advisory committee to determine, well, how are we doing on this funding policy? You might say that we want to have a fully funded plan, but are we really making sufficient progress? The questions like that, we say that we are going to use good assumptions, but are we really measuring how we're doing on that front? And are our assumptions really good ones? Should we be looking at them more often, or have we gotten out of balance? These are the types of things that we wanted to add as the actuary for the fund, a newer actuary for the fund, we thought would be a good addition to the funding policy, because the last thing we want is for this system to ever get off the rails or to ever get off track in its pursuit to becoming a fully funded plan and one that all stakeholders in the state of Arizona are really proud of. And I will tell you that as an actuary, I've never seen in my 20-something years of practice now, I've never seen a plan make this much progress in the last 12 months as I've seen with your plan in the last 12 months. It's really been remarkable, and I'll show you some of the numbers in a minute. So the previous policy had 6 objectives. Most of them were solid, measurable objectives, somewhat generic at times. One of the objectives was to reduce volatility. I think that the board and the advisory committee agreed that while that would be nice, that wasn't the first and foremost or most. That wasn't the priority relative to some of the other objectives. But going through some of these, and I'm going to move fairly quickly through this, so I make sure that we save time at the end for questions. But the first objective is really just saying that we're going to make sure that we have assets sufficient to pay benefits for the members and beneficiaries. I mean, if you're going to pick a number 1 objective, we got to make sure that we've got enough assets when we factor in future contributions and investment earnings, we've got enough to pay for all the benefits and expenses in the plan. If any of you were asked to come up with an objective, my hunch is for a pension plan, you would probably start here. And this is where we started as well. But we added a couple, I'm going to call them corollaries. And the first one is becoming a little bit more specific. And we wanted to make sure that our assumptions represent the best estimate of future experience and that they allocate costs correctly. We don't want to kick the can from one generation of taxpayers to the other. And so we also mentioned that we want to not just target the actuarial accrued liability, which represents the value of benefits earned to date. We want to make sure that we're funding for the ultimate goal, which is the present value of all benefits, whether they've been earned yet or not. And so we added that component that's more of a long-term target. Now, looking at this first one, talking about assumptions, when we are doing an actuarial valuation, each year we measure how well we did relative to our assumptions. And so if we do better than our assumptions, we have an actuarial gain. If we do worse than our assumptions, then we have a loss. And so one of the things we wanted to do is to say, well, looking at, say, a running 5-year period, we want to make sure that our cumulative gains or losses aren't too far out of balance. And so we want to make sure, and we decided collectively that we don't think that the cumulative gains or losses should ever be more than 8% of the market value of assets. And if you can see that number has been creeping down the cumulative 5-year gain or loss. And going forward, we want to make sure that we never eclipse that 8% threshold. And so obviously, if we do exceed the threshold, then it triggers an event where the advisory committee is then charged to review the sources of the gains and losses and make recommendations to the board. The idea here, of course, is to just try to make sure that nothing gets out of balance and that we don't let time get away from us. We want to make sure that we're on top of everything. The second component of this, as I mentioned before, is trying to get towards full funding. And when we say full funding, that's usually meant to mean on an actual accrued liability basis based on current service that has been accrued up to date. But really, that's part of a broader discussion. The long-term target of present value benefits is what we're searching for. But as far as this metric goes, we wanted to make sure that the plan is making progress towards 100%, and that we want to look back 5 years and say, let's look how well funded we were then versus now. And if you look at this table on slide 11, what you can see is a dramatic increase in the funded status of this program, especially from 2020 to 2021. And I would tell you that there's two basic reasons for this. One is that the plans have gotten, or the PSPRS has really achieved a very strong investment return for that time period. But secondly, and kudos to those on this call, there have been some extra contributions made, whether it's through a pension obligation bond or just extra contributions that were deposited into the system, because I think they have that you as stakeholders have developed some additional confidence in the system to manage the money, to earn a sufficient return, and that's inherent in these numbers. This is really great stuff that we've gone from 44% funded to over 60% funded in a 12-month period. You don't see that very often. In fact, hardly ever, if ever. So again, what's the metric? We looked and see how well we do over a 5-year period. The second objective has to do with you, the stakeholders. We want to make sure, and this is somewhat of new here, we want to make sure that the board is accountable and transparent with you. And this is something that I've always felt strongly about, and the board agrees. We've developed some additional tools, reports, educational sessions, I think, have been a little bit more frequent, and that's going to continue. And the idea here is to make sure that you guys have a real keen understanding of what's going on with PSPRS, and that you feel sufficiently informed and that your voices are heard, so that the plan can serve you and the board can serve you well. Additionally, the idea, which I think was a great one, unfortunately it wasn't my idea, so I can't take credit, but one of the metrics is to say we're gonna put together a survey, an annual survey, and ask all the stakeholders to respond, to really let the board know how they're doing in this category. And the idea, of course, is to track this over time and to shoot to have really, really strong marks from our stakeholders, so that we feel that everybody's on the same page, everybody understands what's being done at PSPRS, and that you feel your concerns and your comments are adequately addressed and heard. So again, this is just an example of what it might look like. A handful of different questions that shouldn't take very long to answer, but will certainly give the board a good idea of how you feel about the communication and transparency that they're providing. The third objective is to make sure that we are not passing off the costs from one generation of taxpayers to the next. And one way of kind of looking at that is really asking ourselves the question, are we paying down our unfunded liability over a period of time or not. And the concept here is really to say, you know, and we talked about this concept of negative amortization, where we're making payments that don't even equate to the interest on the unfunded liability. And really, when you have negative amortization, that's really what you're doing, is that you are pushing this liability off to future generations. And that's not what we want to do here. We want to make sure that our debts are paid off over a reasonable period of time, and this negative amortization doesn't exist. As it stands, about 62% of PSPRS of the unfunded liability is subject to negative amortization. With that said, over a very short period of time, we expect that to be eliminated. And so one of the metrics is to see how well we're doing in this regard. Of the 62% of the plan unfunded that's subject to negative amortizations, it can really be boiled down to 30 employers. So it's not as if it's super widespread. It really has to do with the folks that have extended their amortizations out to 30 years or what have you, that have caused this issue to occur. So the metric here is looking to see whether the negative amortization has decreased over a 5-year look back period. I can tell you the last 5 years it has not decreased, but as we move forward, I anticipate that this is something that will not be an issue, and negative amortization will be a thing of the past. Something new for this funding policy is we've put together a dashboard, and the dashboard is for the consolidated plan, and it's also for your individual plans as well within PSPRS. And so this is just really just sort of a one look, green light, red light sort of thing. For those of us that aren't colorblind, I'm one of those that is. Telling between green and red is easy for some, not so much for me. But in any event, this really just shows the results of the metrics for the consolidated plan. You'll have one for your individual plan as well to show for each of the corollaries 1A, 1B, 2A, and 3A. How are we doing? And then they'll show the stats there, so you can just look on one page. Red lights and green lights will tell you kind of how you're doing from a funding perspective. So again, the funding policy, as I mentioned, updated some things for what has been become a bit out of date. But there's also been some issues that we wanted to address, and we'll ultimately put into the funding policy, but will require some legislation. And so talking about what may be forthcoming in future legislative sessions, there's some topics here that we want to address. This concept of a maintenance of effort, stabilization reserves, making sure that we're funding to 100% of the present value of benefits, and then dealing with some alternate contribution rates and how that applies for tier 3. There's a handful, I guess, of other topics here that we need to address, but it needs to be legislatively accomplished. And so once we get that done, we will be adding that to our funding policy. As an example, in talking the funding to the PVB approach, believe this or not, there are some plans that are super well funded, and so much so that it almost doesn't make sense for them to be making contributions, at least from my perspective. If you look here on page 22, the Tombstone Marshalls, they have about $1.3 million in assets, and the present value of all the benefits that we expect to pay out of their plan is 0.6 million, 600,000. So they've got about $700,000 more money than I think they're ever going to need to pay off benefits. Yet they still have to be making contributions each year that are effectively equated to the normal cost of the plan. And so from our perspective, if we're getting past the PVB, what should we be doing? Should they really have to continue to contribute to normal cost, or should we put some sort of approach that will effectively make it so that they don't have to contribute it once they get to a certain point? And so we were talking about with the advisory committee the concept of phasing out their contributions over time, still accounting for stormy weather on the investment side or what have you. But we just felt like it did not make sense for some of these plans to continue to have to contribute once they become so overfunded. And so that's just an example of some of the work that we've been doing with the advisory committee. And of course, that's going to be addressed legislatively. Next step. So I think I've been going for a little while here, about 25 minutes. I guess I'll just dive into the modeler. But I'm wondering, Christian, are there any questions that you think that I should be addressing now before getting into the modeler?
Brad, I think you can continue ahead with your
Okay.
demonstration.
Okay, great. Let's see if I can pull up the modeler. Can you see my screen still, Christian?
Yes, Brad, we have the so next
Mo-
steps, the last step of
Oh, you
the
just
last
see
page
the-
of your presentation still.
But you do not see the modeler.
No.
Okay, let me get out. I'm going to try this again and see if this works. Do you see the modeler now?
Affirmative, we're good.
Awesome, thank you. So this is relatively new, but not super new. I can't remember if this is the third year for this or just the second. Might be the third. But the concept here is to provide you, the stakeholder, with a tool to help you predict the future for your plan, and for you to understand the impacts of what if this is and what if that's. And so this modeling tool, and I think Christian can give you the link to get it online, but and we're going to be modifying this every year. But the way this works is you go to the first page, and you can pick whichever plan you have, whichever plan is yours. And so there's all 200 something plans here. I just have it on Tempe Fire for no good reason at all. But you pick one, pick your plan, and then it'll populate. So if I change it to Tempe Police, then everything would change. Or if I went to Yuma, you'll see that all of the numbers change when you make a any kind of change at all. So if I was to, I'll go back to Tempe Fire because that's where I was on before. So you pick your plan, and then you can then decide how many years I want to project my results. It's currently on, you go up to 30 years. So if you want something shorter, you could go to 10 years or 20 years, but I've got it set for 30 years. And the concept here and the idea is to help you, the stakeholder, understand where your contributions are headed. So if you look here and where your funded ratio is going. So you might be in the low 40s, 45% here. This is the way, everything happens the way we expect, then we will be getting towards 100% funding in 2000 and looks like about 36 or 30, 2037, and then beyond that after. Looking at tier 1, tier 2, you can see the because it's closed, you see the contribution requirements there are growing or decreasing over time, and then you have your tier 3 legacy added on top of that. So this shows the total contributions for the system, which includes our tier 3 contributions. So you can look and see there. And then obviously, if I go to the next page, then you can see the actual numbers. You don't have to you don't have to just guess by looking at a graph. You can see that there's 2 separate sets of columns here. The first one is current, and that's basically saying that we don't change anything at all. This is the way things will look. And then the alternate. The idea that here is to show you the what if answers. If you were to change what kind of investment returns we get over the next 12 months or 24 months, then it'll show what the anticipated results would be under the alternate set of numbers. And then table 2 shows this next slide just shows the or this next tab just shows some basic information about the plan, how well funded they are, the funded ratio, the number of bodies, normal cost amortizations, just some basic information, the return figures, payroll growth, all of those types of things. And then there's a debt financing tab for those that we've had quite a few entities in Arizona and with my clients nationally that have taken advantage of the very low interest rate environment and have decided to float a pension obligation bond and make an extra contribution to the pension fund. And in doing so, it's helpful to know what the cash flows are going to look like. And so this slide here will help the stakeholders understand exactly what we're looking at in terms of benefit payments, anticipated contributions, and what have you. And then the last couple of pages show this dashboard that we talked about. One for the Tempe Fire Department for Tier 1, Tier 2, and then we show the consolidated plan. And so all the individual results will be here, as well as the consolidated PSPRS plan results. And then that was Tier 1 and 2, and then here's Tier 3, the final tab. So that's really the genesis of it, what we're trying to do. So what I'll go through some of the individual components, and hopefully it will generate some discussion, or at least maybe a couple of ahas out there. And again, this is something that is provided to you by PSPRS. It's of no cost to the stakeholder. All you got to do is open it up and play around. It's yours. It should be pretty self-explanatory. Now, when we're talking about a projection, we're going to project out 30 years, for example. One of the decisions we have to make is our population of active firefighters going to remain the same, or is it going to be something that's growing or shrinking? And so in this tab, or this drop-down box, you can decide, well, do I want to have no new hires? So I'm basically just gonna, any new hires or not, we're not going to hire anybody new, and so when they retire, they just, there's no replacement. Or are we going to input a schedule? Or are we just going to keep it level? Most funds for projection purposes will say, well, if someone retires, then we're going to hire somebody on the low end to keep the population of our active firefighters the same. So if you keep it level, that's what you do. You could say, well, I think we're going to hire some new people. And so you go to input the schedule, go to input schedule. If I go to input the schedule, then I go down here and I see, okay, here are the numbers that we're anticipating hiring, because we're anticipating 9 people dropping off. So if I put level there, then it just means that 9 are going to drop off and we're going to hire 9. But what I could do is I could say, no, we're going to hire, we're going to hire 13 new firefighters in 2022. And then that may change the results. Not very significantly, but that would be something that could happen. And so this is an option for you to maneuver. I'll change it back to level. And again, the idea here is to make this so that it's very interactive. You don't have to, you can change more than one of these at the same time. I'm just showing you the impact of each one. The next set of rows here talk about the first one talks about the valuation interest rate, or the assumed rate of return. This is a topic that we talk about with the board every single year. And it's one that the board, depending upon the makeup of the board, there tends to be some passion around this. In the past, we've had board members say that this number should be closer to 5% or 6%. Other board members are very happy keeping it in and around the 7.3 that it's been for the last 2 or 3 years. And so, but if you were wanting to see what would be the impact if the board changed the assumption, and let's say I changed the assumption to 6%. Well, if I change the assumption to 6%, that means that I'm going to earn less. I'm going to assume that I'm going to earn smaller interest, or the investments are not going to earn 7.3 in the future. They're going to earn 6% every year in the future. Okay. So what does that then do? Well, if I'm earning less money in the markets, that means I'm going to have to contribute more money to the fund. So you might say, well, if the board changed our assumed rate of return to 6% because they think that's what we're going to earn over the long term, then what happens? Well, what happens then is our contributions go up immediately. And you see that they go for, if I was looking at Tempe Fire, it might be close to $12 million, and it goes up closer to 16. And you want to see what the actual, and you can see each year what the anticipated numbers are. If you want to look at the specifics, you go to the next page, and you see that in 2023, the normal cost is 24, whereas before it was 15%. And you see that the amortization payment is 88% of payroll versus 70% of payroll. And so the cost went from 85% of payroll to 112% of payroll for this entity if the board was to make that change and lowering the assumed rate of return. So you can see how impactful that is. And it's also, and of course, the idea here is to share with you, the stakeholder, what sort of impact it might make. Even if they change it to 7%, you think that's not a big deal, but you may go to the next page and go, well, 85% of payroll versus 91% of payroll, that's a substantial amount. That's a 6% of pay increase in contribution, and the assumed rate of return was just changed by 30 basis points, 0.3%. So I'm going to put this back. But again, the idea here is to help you, the stakeholders, understand the impacts to your plan of any changes that the board might make. And when the board's reviewing this, they would want to hear from you. They welcome any and all input and feedback as it pertains to the assumed rate of return or any of these other items. Now, you might say, well, and I think the board is content keeping their assumed rate of return at 7.3, but you might go, well, 7.3 is what we expect to make over the long term, but maybe over the next few years, that's not going to be the same. Maybe, so one of the things that you can do with this modeler is put in by year, if you want, the actual return that we expect the fund to make. So it could be that, now right now it's set on, well, we're going to make the 7.3 every year. But what you could do is you could say, well, what if we earn 6.5 or 5.5? Say we earn 5.5%. Well, then what happens? Well, our funded ratio doesn't grow as fast as we thought it would. And look what happens to our contributions. They don't drop as fast as we thought they were going to for tier 1 or tier 2. And you'll probably see when you include tier 3, they continue to go up. So this would show the impact of keeping our assumption at 7.3, but actually earning 5.5 every single year. Now you might say, well, Brad, 5.5 per year, it might be that we earn 5.5 or less, maybe a whole lot less over the next handful of years, but then I think we're going to go back to 7.3. Well, we've made it so that you can, I can get there, you can input your own schedule. So you could say, well, we think we're going to earn 0 in 2022. We're off to a rough start, and then it's 5, and then 5, and then we're going to earn 7.3. Well, so then you could, if you think you've got a really good crystal ball, you could put in some different scenarios and again, look at the results. Okay, you can see how that impacts the funding requirements. And since we smooth our asset returns for our gains and losses on assets, you see that there's not that big of a difference in the funding requirements if we just have a year or two of poor returns. Granted, if we continue to have bad returns over a long period of time, then you see the cost really going up. But the idea here, of course, is to help inform you, the stakeholder, of what the future holds as it pertains to investment returns or contributions. So let's say I put these, I'll just put this back, see if I can change this to just say the assumed. We're gonna go back to the assumed return. We're back to earning 7.3% a year, just like that, no problem, right? One of the items that the board has been working with or looking at is changing the payroll growth. And it's really changing the pattern of increasing unfunded liability payments. That's really what that means. And this plan is currently paying, the payments are increasing at 2% a year. And well, actually, 3% a year, excuse me. And here you can determine how fast we go down towards zero or getting rid of negative amortization. That's the idea here, to say, okay, let's say we want to make it so that we have level payments, and we're going to get there in 1 year. So we're going to go away from any sort of increasing payments. We're going to make our payments level over a 15-year period. So our unfunded liability for tier 1 and tier 2 is going to be paid off over 15 years in level payments. What you then see is an increasing cost. And in the very near term, but decreasing over the long term over what it would have been otherwise. You see here that it's that after a handful of years, your costs are smaller. And instead of sort of increasing over time, they go up pretty substantially early and then decrease from there on out. But what this does is allows you to make independent decisions when it comes to your funding requirements. The board makes the decision for the group on the payroll growth rate, or that, you know, whether and when and how soon it's going to go down to zero. But that doesn't preclude you as stakeholders to making extra contributions and saying, I want to contribute more than what they're requiring. I want to contribute on this pattern, according to this pattern, as opposed to the one that they're suggesting, meaning you're going to contribute more into the fund. And you know, another way of looking at this is to say, well, what happens if I make extra contributions in a given year? And so by clicking yes on the input additional contribution amounts each year, you can pick the year, pick the quarter, and pick the additional amount over the requirement. And it will show you the impact on your future requirements of contributing more. So if I contributed an extra $1 million, then you can, this modeler will then tell you what the impact will be on your funding requirements of doing so. And that's really the magic in this, is allowing you, the stakeholders, to look at, do as many what if scenarios as you like, figure out what the impact is of contributing more, helping you understand what will be coming as the year is going on. You might see that PSPRS says, well, we've made however much % return during the year. You could put this into the modeler and predict with a decent deal of accuracy what your funding requirements are going to look like before they ever come out. And so with that, I haven't left a lot of time, but with that, I'd like to stop here and open it up for questions. Christian.
Brad, we don't have any questions. We had some come across earlier regards to the availability of the modelers. And PSPRS will be distributing the modelers when it has the updated Public Safety Corp and Corp AOC modelers. So if we get that out there. And Brad, let me see.
I do see one question about, and I think it's a good one, which is, so when we get this crazy actuarial modeler and we have questions, who do we ask? And the answer is, you talk to Christian. I'm teasing. Although it actually might be the answer. I think you have an avenue, Christian, for answering questions. Sometimes they get filtered onto us. Sometimes they're easy enough to be answered by you, the system. But how do you want to handle that?
Brad, I can take this. Excellent resource here at PSPRS for speaking about the modelers is our senior management consultant, Clark Partridge, who was hired for the purpose of helping employers with financing and working with the modelers. I can answer this question offline and give contact information for Mr. Partridge. So I think with that, Brad, quantify reduction. I have one quick question here, Brad, and then I think we should wrap it up.
Okay.
But the question has to deal with how somebody would quantify the 0.5% reduction to the assumed payroll growth in the modeler.
So I already stopped sharing, but if the way that you would do it is the 0.5%. So there's two boxes now, and it says, so it's going to be going down at 0.5%. That's what the board has decided. But you may look and see about saying, okay, are we going to stop the 0.5% reductions at 2%, or are we going to stop at 0? What the board approved was to stop, or at least to relook at this once it gets down to 2%. Okay. And you may, as a stakeholder, say, I want to get this down to 0% so that there's that it's just like a regular mortgage. And then the second item that you look at is how long is it going to take before we get there? And so if you wanted to get there right away, you would say, I want it to go to 0% in 1 year. Okay. So it's going to be going down by 50 basis points per year automatically up until 2. And then what you, the stakeholder, get to decide is, do you want to go farther, and how much, and not just farther, where do you want to end up? Are we going to stop at 2, or are we going to go farther than that? And then how many years until we get to that point? So you can accelerate the reduction of the payroll growth assumption, which means you will accelerate the payments on the unfunded liability. And the last thing I'll say, because I know we're about done here, is, you're getting charged. The way I look at this is, you're essentially being charged 7.3% on this debt. So the more you pay now, the less interest you pay. So it's a pay now or pay later sort of game. So by lowering the payroll growth assumption sooner rather than later and paying it off faster, will save the city, your public entity money, or taxpayers money, by paying your debts sooner. The 7.3 can compound fast. And with that, I will turn it back over to you.
That is an excellent time to turn it over to our next presenters. Please welcome PSPRS Board of Trustees Vice Chairman Harry Papp and Chief Investment Officer Mark Steed. Thanks again, Brad.
Thank you, Christian. I'm going to turn it over to Harry Papp, who's one of our trustees and chairman of the investment committee, and he's going to introduce the topic, take you through some of the matters of governance and summary of performance, and he'll turn it over to me. I'll wrap up with a discussion as to how we performed relative to the mandates we have in our investment policies.
And we've got all good news for you today. Actually, we have good news through about December 31st of 2022. Things have not been so stable since the beginning of the year.
No.
There are all kinds of things going on. But in any event, we have lots of good news to bring you. So I've been on the board as a trustee for a little more than 4 years. There has been lots of change. I think you're all aware of many of the changes, but things have changed a lot. We'll point out where things are different and where I think that is indicative of what future returns are likely to be. So my background is I'm managing partner of a small registered investment advisory firm here in Phoenix. I have 10 partners. We have 10 support staff, and we've had a pretty good track record over the years. So I've been doing this a long time. I have a good training at the University of Chicago with an MBA in finance and accounting. I also serve on the Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Arizona board. We have almost 2 million members across the state of Arizona. We have lots of reserves and we have a pension plan. One of the most fun things I do is I've been on the board of the Phoenix Zoo for 37 years. And there's no more fun than worried about financing and how to operate a zoo, but it's great. ASU Foundation, I was over there this morning. I chaired the investment committee for 9 years. And I'm also on the Arizona State Board of Investment, where we look after the state permanent fund. And there was about $8 billion in that as of December 31st. And we have about another $17 billion of state and local government funds that we look after. So I enjoy doing this. I've got lots of experience. My partner here, Mark Steed, is our Chief Investment Officer. He's been in this spot, this chair, a little more than 3 years. There has been a major change in how we operate this business. Mark's been recognized. He's got a Master of Science in Predictive Analytics from Northwestern. He has been institutional investor, named him Asset Allocator of the Year. He's been listed as a rising star in money management. And he's got portfolio experience. He's been here quite a while, but he's been basically on rotations through all of the major asset classes that we invest in. So we also have an investment. Our investment committee is fully staffed. We have 4 trustees. We have Alan McGuire, who's joined us recently. He is a wonderful economist. He's very knowledgeable about financial markets, and I think he's even more concerned about inflation than I am, and that's going something because I'm pretty concerned. We have Dean Scheinert, he's also a CFA. He's been in the money management business for 40 years, and he's got all kinds of experience with investment management and foundations and endowments. We also have Randy Stein, who's one of our newest trustees. She's got more than 30 years of experience in economics, taxation, public policy issue. And she also worked with Stiefel regarding financing for state, municipal, school district clients. So we've got a pretty good depth chart here. So in the executive summary, I'm first going to tell you that as of December 31st, 2021, the fund had total assets of $17,784 million. I'm going to say that one more time. $17,784 million. That's an all-time high. We're on a June 30th fiscal year. So for our June 30th year, we ended the year at 27.8% total return. That's the highest in the history of the trust. And I'll try to convince you it's not by chance. We had wonderful market conditions, but I also have to tell you that our predecessors, the board and the staff here, going back 10 or 15 years, faced a very different environment. They had PBI issues, and as a result, their hands were really tied in terms of what their asset allocation could be. So we used to have a very conservative portfolio. It's not to say we're not conservative at this point, but it used to be excessively conservative. And the effect of that, and appropriately so, but the effect of that was in good markets, we didn't participate. The difference now is we participate pretty fully in good markets. At 27.8% is an indication we participated pretty fully. So the people, we have no vacant seats on the investment team or the investment committee. The portfolio volatility, we monitor that very carefully. The markets have been very volatile since the first of the year. They're concerned about inflation. They're concerned about higher interest rates. They're concerned about an imminent invasion in the Ukraine. They're also concerned about the Middle East and tensions in China. So there's lots going on right now, but we monitor the portfolio volatility and the liquidity very carefully. And I'll tell you, over the last couple of years, we have not seen any volatility that we didn't expect. At least currently, things are well controlled. I'll also tell you that our investment staff, we don't make market timing decisions. That's not what they're paid for. But they are very careful. Each month we look at relative valuations. And when the market declined sharply at the beginning of the pandemic, your investment team leaned into that and expanded the allocation to particularly U.S. equities. And that proved to be very successful. It added lots of value to the portfolio. The process, we have in our budget for this year, we're upgrading our technology, and we expect that to be completed by the end of the year. Mark will touch more on that in a few minutes. The expenses, one of the criticisms that we've gotten over the years is that our expenses are relatively high. That's because we use an awful lot of sophisticated, complex instruments. Again, though, you'll see that the returns that we've gotten from those have been very, very strong. I'll also tell you that the expenses are going down, and that's we've added more money to domestic equities, and the cost of that is very, very low, and that has helped pull down our expenses. We've also negotiated with our investment partners, and we've been able to help reduce those fees. The outlook going forward, we are really concerned about inflation. All of you see inflation every day, and that's likely to be transmitted into the financial markets. I'll also tell you, we had a meeting yesterday with our advisors, and our capital market assumptions, their capital market assumptions are for relatively subdued returns for the next 10 years. We'll touch on more of that later. So let's look at portfolio performance. This is net of fees. It's the last year. You can see that blue bar. We're pretty proud of that on the left. The last 3 years, 10.8. The last 5 years, 10.3. The last 7 years, annualized 7.3. The last 10 years, 7.8. There's one thing all those numbers have in common. They're all greater than 7.3%. And that's terrific. We've added to US stocks. We've reduced bonds. We've reduced hedge funds, which are very expensive. And we've temporarily increased cash because we had concerns. We had lots of contributions last year. We're thrilled about that, but we left a lot of that in cash because we were nervous about market conditions. Again, we're not making market timing decisions. We're making careful asset allocation decisions, and we're trying to take advantage of opportunities. We have an investment committee. I identified the 4 trustees. We work with the staff. We have our task is oversight of asset allocation and investment policies and compliance. We work with the board fiduciary consultant, New England Pension Consultants. They have $1 trillion under advisory. Our lead advisor is one of the 7 principals at the firm. So we get great assistance there. They also do independent quarterly performance analysis, and they work with staff and the actuary to set asset allocation and long-term return expectations. The investment staff, they source, monitor, and manage day-to-day investments. It's best to have professionals that are working on that full-time with oversight from the consultants and from the trustees on the investment committee. We have 3 specialty consultants. One is Stepstone Global. That firm has gone public recently. It's had great results. Auburn helps us with hedge funds. We don't have much in hedge funds at this point, but if you're going to be in that space, you better be well advised. And they advise more than 40 large public pension plans. We also have ORG that helps us with real property. The investment committee, again, we have oversight of asset allocation. We have monthly meetings. They're open to the public. They're streamed online, and we are open for questions if people have those. Each month, We look at portfolio performance in detail. We look at the risk analytics. We try to decompose the volatility. What's causing that? And we look at factor analysis, and we also do stress tests where we look at bad things that happened historically, and we try to project what would happen to our existing portfolio, which is very different from our portfolio 5 or 10 years ago. And we try to project based on historical data and correlations and statistics, how it might perform in similar bad times should those occur again. We also get an update on global financial market developments. We get detailed performance and a review by the independent consultant. And we have a discussion about trends. We've been talking about inflation and higher interest rates all the last year, way before you all started reading about that in the paper or seeing it at the grocery store. That is a big deal. I will tell you the key factor that caused us to do particularly well last year, the index that we compare our fixed income portfolio against for the fiscal year ended June 30th, the index declined 3.7%. Our bonds were down 0.9%. But the key is we only had about 2.5% of our portfolio in those bonds. It's very accretive to performance if you don't have a large concentration to the thing that did not do very well. We're very careful about that. We also look at trends in institutional asset management. We look at what others are doing, best practices. And annually, at least annually, we review the asset allocation. The asset allocation is a big deal. It's the major driver of performance. The key projects for this year, the team is putting together an investment book of record. That's going to make it much easier for the team to manage the assets, and it'll make it much more efficient. We're also looking at the asset allocation in the cancer insurance plan. It's a much smaller plan. It's much different than a pension. It's an insurance plan. And we're looking at some changes in the program. We have to get those changes solidified before we can adjust the asset allocation to make that right. Next page shows the asset allocation. You can see we've got 24% U.S. equities. The expense ratio on that is something like two basis points a year. We have international equities. We pay maybe 3.5 basis points a year. You can see we still have more exotic assets, buyouts and venture capital, real estate, real assets. We had 9% cash as of February 11th. We had a little over 10% as of December 31st. So I can tell you how cash has done since the first of the year. It's flat, and we're very proud of that. We split our assets into capital appreciation, where we're trying to buy something today and have it become more valuable in the future. And those are the equities, the private equity, opportunistic real estate. We're not investing much in real estate where we're just trying to achieve rent. We're looking for something where there's going to be a value added that will give us capital appreciation. We also have some high yield bonds and some emerging market equities and emerging market bonds. Under contractual income, we just give someone else our money. We want them to give it back, and we want to rent that to them at a good rate, hopefully a rate greater than the 7.3% assumed rate. And then we have a few diversifying strategies. We've been reducing those. You can see it's at 11%. That's a relatively low figure. Those are very expensive asset classes. Next, we're coming on to long-term return expectations. And I alluded to this before. We met with NEPC yesterday, and you can see what their assumptions are for the next 10 years. U.S. large cap equities, 4.3%. I sure hope they do a little better than that, but I'm not optimistic that they will meet their long-term average, which is more like a 10% return. I will tell you that NEPC estimated if they were exactly right, they won't be with their capital market assumptions. Their expectations, their single point estimate for the average return over the next 10 years is about 6.5%. That is less than 7.3%. And they project there's approximately a 58% chance that we won't earn 7.3% over the next 10 years. They do think we will earn greater than that over the next 30 years, which is more important in the total scheme of things. But there is, we have had discussions about lowering the expected rate. Nobody on the current board is advocating for a dramatic reduction, but I can tell you that there's no discussion of raising that expectation. We may reduce that gradually, slightly in the coming years based on what happens. And as you heard about with the modeler, if we were to reduce those expectations, directionally, that would drive up contributions. And it's not so much what the expectation is, it's what the actual return is. And we need to be realistic so that we can keep intergenerational equity. So you can see the asset classes, emerging market equities, for example, they expect 8.3%. So we could put lots of money, 20%, 25% of our money in Chinese equities. We could probably buy Ukrainian equities, but the risk level on Chinese equities is not something that your trustees can live with at this point. And we were kidding about the Ukrainian assets. Those might convert to Russian assets, who knows? In any event, you can see US government bonds, they expect 1.5% returns over the next 10 years. We don't have very much in that asset class. NEPC is not alone. Mark has added JP Morgan here. I had dinner last night with BlackRock, which is the world's largest investment manager with $10 trillion under assets under management. I work with Wilshire, I work with Mercer, I work with Cambridge Associates. All of the major advisory firms have similar expectations for returns. Next page is my favorite. This is a chart that goes back to 1926, and it shows how the various asset classes have performed. For those of you that are statisticians, I will point out that this is a logarithmic chart. And I'll just tell you that if you plot something on a log chart and you get a straight line, that tells you that it's growing at a constant rate. So you can see if you put $1 in 1926 into large US stocks, it would have become, and pay no taxes, no expenses, no fees, that $1 would have become worth $14,000. There's certainly an impact of compounding there. If instead you bought US corporate bonds, the dollar would have become worth $289, a huge difference. So you can see the gray line on the bottom is inflation, and there are not a lot of bumps and wiggles and jiggles. The yellow line shows government bonds, long government bonds. The blue line shows corporate bonds, a little more credit risk. The red line shows stocks and the large company stocks, and the blue line on the top shows small company stocks. And what you'll notice is as you move up to the higher sloping lines, you see more wiggles and jiggles. And this tells us we don't know what the stock market will, I don't know what it'll do this afternoon. And I certainly don't know what it'll do for the next month. But if the future is anything like the past, for monies that we're going to need 10, 15, 20, 30 years from now, I want to have the bulk of the assets on the blue line or the red line because you're going to earn a higher total return. And I'm less concerned about day-to-day volatility. I'll just tell you that the inflation's averaged about 3%, the government bonds about 5%, the corporate bonds about 6%, the stocks about, large company stocks about 10%, and the small company stocks about 12%. But again, none of our consultants, and I personally don't anticipate returns that high over the next 10 years. So we have to be careful.
Great.
Next, I'm going to turn it over to Mark, our Chief Investment Officer.
Thank you, Harry. And I was just handed a note before we started our portion of this presentation that there was an article this morning in Pensions and Investments magazine that discusses the trust. Our assets are up 44.3%, and that put PSPRS in the number 2 spot in terms of asset growth of all pension funds that they track. Presumably that's in the United States. So that's good. That's good news. And this is a good time to be sharing news of the trust. It's been universally positive. That means that because economies tend to regress to the mean, that we should expect some bumps in the road. And I think we're getting those bumps. Zooming in a little bit, I wanted to review the investment policy for the investment team. Effectively, this is our mandate and what we have to follow. And in order of priority, provide a return on plan assets that meets or exceeds the assumed earning rate, which is 7.3 currently over a 7-year period. Second, ensure that assets are available to meet current and future obligations so that we have liquidity and we can make the pension payments as we have to. Manage volatility within that return target and minimize total expenses through operational efficiencies. Here's how we're doing so far against that. We're at 7.9%, as Trustee Pat mentioned, on the 7 years relative to 7.3. Again, the actuaries smooth our returns over 7 years. So that's an important number because changes to that 7-year number impacts contribution rates directly. However, it doesn't match up real well with what we call the average duration or the average sort of time horizon of our pension payments. So we also have to look to longer periods of time, such as 20 and 30 years. Luckily, we're over the assumed rate for that period of time too. The second priority, ensure that we have sufficient assets to meet future obligations. We're cash flow positive right now, and we will be for the near term. Over time, 7, 8, 9, 10 years really depends on how many extra contributions we get. There will be modest demands on the portfolio of 1 to 2% a year, which is manageable. That's net of contributions, which is manageable given the liquidity in the portfolio. Third priority is to manage risk within the return target that the trust have. This is fuzzy, I realize, but I wanted everyone to know that we're not torturing numbers to come up with this. This is actually from our independent fiduciary consultant. The trust's volatility is in the top 4%. That means it's amongst the least volatile portfolios in the country. The Sharpe ratios and Sortino ratios, which I won't go into in terms of how they calculate those, but the risk and return measures. One is just an absolute risk and return measure, the Sharpe ratio, and the Sortino ratio measures volatility and risk relative to positive and negative movements. So top 7% and top 6, I think it's an 8 or 6. I can't tell actually without my glasses. All across the board, single digit numbers, and that's what you want to see. So we certainly don't have a problem with volatility. Fourth, Trustee Pat mentioned the expenses. The management fees for fiscal 21 were lower than they were in fiscal 20, and that's despite the assets growing almost 60%. So we're proud of that. We always want to communicate that nobody's working for free. We're going to have to pay fees, but it's the fourth priority here. So we maximize returns and minimize volatility, and we do all of that as cheaply as we possibly can. A little bit more detail on performance. Harry mentioned the post-COVID economic recovery, which was fantastic. This portfolio participated more than it has historically in a recovery, and so much so that I think we kind of surprised ourselves a little bit on the upside. So that's been great. We had very accommodative monetary policy. All of you noticed that borrowing rates are really low, and the Fed has been very accommodative. At the same time, you have the Treasury and just legislators and leaders generally enacting various forms of fiscal stimulus. That all helped financial markets perform to the extent that they did in 21, which is now causing problems in 22 and going forward. Just a quick highlight on the alternative assets. We get asked about this occasionally. So I put the two major alternative asset classes in here, which are private equity and private credit, versus the index, their respective indices. Private equity versus the Russell 3000, you can see is substantially above and over the long period, over longer periods of time, maintains that performance. Same with private credit, which is just these are private loans to companies that have you think of them as 10 to 50 million in earnings, so they're not tiny. They're good sized companies, and we stack those up against, in this case, a high yield index, which is a pretty fast rabbit to catch. I think lots of people would stack this up against government bonds or corporate bonds, with the idea that if you weren't doing private credit, you would be putting the money in corporate bonds, but we didn't want to be accused of being aggressive with the assumptions. So we used the a higher benchmark, which is high yield index. And you can see that the lending program is substantially above high yield. So for those who have questions about alternative assets versus index funds, in the case of the trust, both major asset classes that are what you would call alternative are doing really well relative to the indices net of all the fees. Lastly, this is what we look at from a results standpoint. September 30th, which I know is past the fiscal year that we're talking about here, but I wanted to mention it because it marks the sort of the 3-year anniversary of sort of the new investment regime and new leadership here. It's my 3-year anniversary as the Chief Investment Officer. What we do is we freeze the portfolio in 2018. Again, we don't want to torture the numbers. We just froze the portfolio at June 30, 2018, and well, actually September 30 in this case of 2018, and just calculated performance as if we've got the same returns in each asset class, just at those proportions relative to what we actually got. The yellow bars on the right represent the annual value add, and then the red area chart there is the cumulative dollars added to the trust due to the portfolio changes. And again, this is through September 30. So at that time, it's about $450 million or so of value that's been added to the portfolio because of the changes that the board has enacted. And I think that's very positive and a great news for the constituents of the program. So I think that concludes our prepared remarks, Christian. I think we can stop there. And I think maybe we're on to the free skate portion of the program.
I'll also say that historically, the trust has had issues with legacy or joint venture real estate. And I'm happy to report that those assets are being managed very carefully. They've also been, we've reduced those assets substantially. So the ability for those assets to impact performance in a negative way going forward is highly, highly reduced.
Mm-hmm.
I'll also tell you that, obviously we've had great investment results for the last couple of years. And as you can see, it's not by chance. But we've also had enormous cooperation with our employers who have borrowed money or found other monies available to pay down unfunded liabilities. That is really critical. And one of the things that places like Flagstaff did is they borrowed some municipal bonds, and they're paying less than 3% on that bond. And if they gave that to Mark and his team, and they were paying 3.3%, and here earned 27.8%, I think you can imagine there's some arbitrage profit to be had. He's probably not going to earn 27.8% every year.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as we can earn more than the borrowing cost, it should be helpful to reducing the overall liability. And this is an important message. You all see inflation. You all see interest rates going up. The train is leaving the station. If any of you intend to borrow money to make additional contributions to bring down unfunded liability, you should have done that 3 or 6 months ago. I can't help you go back in time. You could do it today. I am not confident that you're going to be able to do that in 6 or 9 months. The train is leaving the station. It's time for you to decide if you want to be on that.
Great point.
Mark and Trustee Papp, I think it's probably maybe a good time, and this may have been covered in so many words, but there's recent, chatter on the Q&A feature on this. And maybe if either of you or both would like to discuss, I guess, the assumptions of our assumed earnings rate being at 7.3% and what our likely performance would be over a short term, within our 7-year smoothing period, a midterm, a slightly longer, and a longer term 20 to 30 year forecast. And if you could just comment to that.
Sure. I don't necessarily personally agree with all of the assumptions that they're using at NEPC. I think a few of them are a little on the high side. I think a few of them are a little bit on the low side. So, but that's what makes ball games. But I think overall, they're more or less reasonable. Their projection is, if their projections were exactly right, they are expecting that our current portfolio, if we made no changes, would produce about a 6.5% annualized return over the next 10 years. over the next 30 years, and that's more important for actuarial calculations, they expect 7.8%. So in the near term, they expect only 6.5%. In the long term, they expect 7.8. And it's that 7.8 expectation that gives us confidence to stay with that 7.3% number. We also have the ability to manage to that. We will monitor conditions, and we may make some changes depending on market developments. We're sure going to look for opportunities. A perfect case in point is we were sitting there New Year's Eve with $2 billion in the money market fund. And I asked Mark how much that's gone down since the first of the year. He says nothing. It's flat. If we had invested that, it would have been down. If we invested it in bonds, it would be down 3.5%. If we invested it in US stocks, it would be down approximately 7%, 7.5%. So I'm pleased. So I'm optimistic. We're not going to catch everything exactly right in the market, but we're watching carefully, and we're trying to take advantage of opportunities as they arise, as they did arise in February, March, and early April of 2020.
I think it's important to also think probabilistically about outcomes, right? If you're, an employer, rather than trying to figure out what, hone in on an exact number, I think it's important to think, to consider the various types of outcomes you could have. And I think NEPC yesterday put the odds of the return on a 10-year below 7.3 at around 60%. So they're saying more likely than not, assuming that staff doesn't add any value and they're right about their assumptions, that there's a good chance the return over the near term is below the assumed rate. And that just makes intuitive sense too. You can't have a year where you make almost 28%. That's almost 3 or 4 years worth of investment returns. So you should expect some reversion. If you're going to average 7.3%, you do 30, you're going to come in low at some years. And the market's at a point of transition too. So they're saying that the odds are that you're going to fall probably below. Now, a 10-year time horizon is not the same as a 7-year, but you can say generally it's going to be harder after a substantial run up like we had in 21 for sure. We also look longer term. So whereas they would say 6.5%, we're not, it's not usually expected to drop assumed rates to 6.5% because it's your entire plan isn't dictated on the 7-year horizon. You've also got the longer term, the 20 and 30 year, which are important because that's the average of the payments in the portfolio duration. Yeah. So we look longer term and that return is expected to be 7.8%. So to Trustee Papp's point, nobody's raising the assumed rate. It would be reasonable to revisit it in a period like this one. And to consider the short-term returns relative to the longer term and what changes need to be made.
As much as I like our friends at NEPC, I'll tell you, they did not project a 27.8% return in the last year. They were projecting a 6 or 7% return. So they get some things wrong too.
Yep.
Excellent. I think we have another question that I'll try to paraphrase a little bit to try and capture, I think, the essence. The question is, if we're anticipating reducing our cash holdings amid this current volatility with the markets. In other words, is it too volatile to go make major purchases with our cash?
Not exactly. And we're not going to put it all in stocks. We're going to put it in various asset classes. You have to be very careful. If you ordered 100 cases of fine wine that were all produced in 2019, you better hope it's a good year because you have a vintage risk. If you were concerned that maybe it was a little smoky in 2019, you might be better off spreading your purchases by 20 cases each year for 5 years. That's really important in private equity, private debt. Private things give opportunities for better returns, but you are locked in. And if you try to invest too much money too quickly, you can end up investing at what turns out to be a bad vintage. So we have to be very careful how we deploy some of these assets. So the answer is, I'm confident that the money market fund's earning nothing. happily didn't lose anything in the last 6 weeks. But we don't intend to leave 9 or 10% in cash over the long term, earning 0.5% or 1%. We are trying to get that into secondaries. We're trying to write slightly bigger checks as we purchase more private equity or private debt. Instead of putting 40 million in, we might put 55 million in. But we're not going to put 200 million in and buy 100 cases of wine all in one vintage year.
Yeah, I'd add to that too, that keep in mind that one element of this system that goes unnoticed is the fact that we smooth the returns over 7 years. So because we had such a great year last year, which was record setting, we've got a bit of a buffer and we can afford to carry more cash and let the economy shake out a little bit, because we've got 1/7 of the excess returns from 2021 over for the next 6 years. So that's going to create a lot of support. That's going to add to the returns over the next 6 years as we add those in. So that allows us to be a little more cautious, because if we keep more cash, it's not such a drag. Well, in fact, we haven't had a cash drag because the S&P has been down. So cash has actually been very helpful. To the extent the economy's rebound, markets rebound, we're not really going to lag as much as we would, because we have that cushion from the investment earnings prior year, and that allows us to be a little more cautious. And the environment is very volatile. This is not like March of 2020, where you had a very sharp drop due to COVID, but underlying companies looked fundamentally sound. That's when we overweighted the equity position. We don't feel like that now, and that's something we cover at the monthly board meetings. We look at what markets are fundamentally pricing in, and if we disagree substantially with what the markets are pricing in, or what we call discounting, then we'll adjust accordingly. But right now, we could be pleasantly surprised. We could be negatively surprised. Our staff is not in possession of any information that would really indicate that we should overweight the equities relative to the asset allocation policy target. What we're focused on are the income producing securities. In an environment like this, we just think appreciation is going to be more difficult, and we need to be patient. And I think the returns from the last year allow us to be that patient.
And as Mark pointed out, we are at an inflection point in the economy. Something has changed. We're all observing the inflation every day that we haven't observed for the most part for the last 30 years. That's changed. That's a game changer, and it's going to impact various asset classes differently. And as prices move, as things develop in the marketplace, we anticipate we'll get some opportunities. We're monitoring carefully for opportunities.
Excellent. We'll give about 30 seconds for any additional questions that may come in online. To submit questions, please use the Q&A feature at the bottom of your screen.
We would be happy to have you Zoom in on one of our monthly meetings. You might find it interesting, some of the things we're talking about, and you might find it comforting that the people that are looking after your money are focused on current developments and making sure that this portfolio is as safe as it can be and still likely to meet or come close to its return expectations.
There we are.
Good afternoon and welcome back. The PSPRS Annual Employer-Local Board Conference continues. Please welcome PSPRS lobbyists Doug Cole and Diane McAllister.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Christian. It's great to be here for the annual meeting. We are the PSPRS lobbyists and work on behalf of the system and the Board of Trustees as we further legislation to benefit the system. Today is day 39 of the 2022 legislative session, and to date, a large number of bills have been introduced, a total of 1,675 bills. So with that, we'll get into our legislative presentation that hopefully you all have downloaded.
So of those 1,675 bills, PSPRS is actively advocating for 3 pieces of legislation. Those 3 bills are House Bill 2063, which is the PSPRS Corp reemployment time period. So this deals with the return to work statutes. Senate Bill 1084, which is our kind of annual administrative bill, and then Senate Bill 1085, which is the PSPRS funded ratio asset transfer bill, which is our funding policy bill. So we'll get into each of those a little bit more.
This is not working.
Next slide, please.
I'm trying to. This isn't working. Oops, there goes. Has a mind of its own, as I'm sure that's never happened. There we go.
House Bill 2063 is being run by Representative Walt Blackman, and it is dealing with the return to work statute. This legislation is to help address some of the workforce shortages that a lot of our employers are currently experiencing. It also maintains compliance with the IRS bona fide separation of service requirements. That is really important. That makes it where we can maintain our tax exempt status. So the bill does two things. Currently in statute, we require that when a member retires, that before they can return to work for the same employer, they have to have a 12-month separation of service. This reduces that time down to 6 months. That has been allowed in other instances. And so working with tax counsel and the legislature, we feel confident that 6 months will maintain what that bona fide separation of service requirement is. And then the other thing that it does is in current statute, there is a 60-day exception section that allows for an employer to return to work after 60 days if they are in an open competitive process at an entry-level non-supervisory role. That entry-level non-supervisory role has made it hard for some employers to be able to hire for some of their roles that they don't have qualified applicants for. So we removed that section. But then there's also a section that's added in there that they can't have a prearranged reemployment agreement between the member and the employer from which they're retiring. That is already something that's required by the IRS, but we didn't think that a lot of employers or employees were aware of that because it was not in our statutes. There is language in there that you can't come back at the same position already. That same position is defined as having significantly similar roles or significantly similar responsibilities, because we don't want to have situations that the return to work statutes in the IRS kind of have been trying to make sure weren't happening, which was somebody retiring one day and returning to work the next day in the same exact role and double dipping, getting their retirement and their paycheck. So that we think is covered in the existing language on same position. So that is that bill.
Our next bill is Senate Bill 1084. This is our annual administrative bill that maintains compliance with IRS rules that are ever changing and it makes some non-substantive and non-controversial changes. This bill makes the current PSPRS cancer insurance plan, the CIP premium payment taxable. The stakeholder groups felt that this was a better way to go. Tax the premium, the monthly premium payment, so that if you would ever happen to use the cancer insurance program and receive a benefit, that benefit would come back to you non-taxed. So as you know, it has a $15,000 payment, and you would get that tax free.
The current statute kind of clarified that it was the intent to neither tax the premium or the indemnity payment. Unfortunately, the IRS requires that you tax one of those. And so doing that on the annual payment up front, it makes it where it's easier for both employers on the side of if the person is already retired, not having to do a W-9, and then also on the employee being able to have access to that money after that initial diagnosis as well.
Right. It also updates the PSPRS Corp and EIRP statute to reflect a recent update by the IRS, including simple retirement plans under the 408P of the IRS code. And then lastly, this administrative bill changes PSPRS reporting dates to December 1st from December 31st. That last provision we had included in a bill in last session. But that bill was ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court for unrelated reasons.
Too much in the budget. Our final bill that PSPRS is proactively running is Senate Bill 1085. This is a Senator Livingston bill. This deals with the PSPRS funded ratio asset transfers. So the advisory committee and the board and the actuaries worked over the last year to come up with funding policy recommendations for the system. As a result of that, or as a result of those recommendations, there were a few items that required legislative approval or authority to do before the board could adopt them. So that is what this bill actually is doing, is getting the legislature's authorization to finalize what the board would like to implement as our funding policy. They adopted the rest of the policy recommendations, but felt that the legislature needed to act before we could move forward with these additional provisions. So the first thing is that it eliminates the employer contribution rate floor once an employer is over 100% funded at the present value of future benefits. This present value of future benefits is a new kind of term that will be at the legislature. So we have always looked at things on the accrued liabilities, so assets to liabilities at that timing. The present value of future benefit means that the employer has all of the money that they will need to pay their current active and their current retirees retirement benefits. So this is saying that once you've reached that 100% present value of future benefits, that then the board can make adjustments if appropriate to what that normal cost would be. That way we're not stranding taxpayer money in the system for decades to come. We do have some employers that are currently experiencing this and being required to pay above what's actuarially necessary to maintain their enrollment in the system. And so making sure that we can eliminate or reduce that amount to be more appropriate with what's actuarially required, and then not using taxpayer money when not actually necessary at the moment. This also ensures that the retirement of those members is completely covered as well. So with the actuarial reports come out each year, it will be reassessed. So it's not a forever move by the board. It also adds statute that does not require an employer to continue higher than actuarially necessary payments to fund to be accounted for in the stabilization reserve once that plan hits 100% of the PBB. That stabilization reserve is an extra account that's being used to make sure that if we were to hit a recession, that we wouldn't have had some of the volatility that we've seen in the past. Next slide.
There you go.
So in the pension reform of 2016, I believe, Tier 2 employees were required to pay an additional percentage until the plan became 100% funded of the accrued actuarial liability. Now that's what we've based our funding status off in the past, which is what I was referring to when explaining the PBB. And then when we required that, we said that the additional contributions of those employees would not be utilized to consider the employer's contribution rates when that was being calculated. Once you hit 100% funded, then it would go into the effect. The language was added to statute that said that once the fund reaches that 100% of the AAL, then that additional money would be, taken into account, and then also adjust the employee's amount would be adjusted. We never really contemplated what would happen then when we reached the 100%, because when pension reform was going on, you were looking at it at the combined rate, and we weren't close to 100% funded. However, there were some employers that were very close to that. And so it really wasn't taken into consideration of, okay, well, once they hit that 100% funded, what happens when it goes back, or if they fall to 99% or 99.8? That money is, the employees are then required to pay more. But when this was put into place, actually in 2011, it was in 1609, I'm sorry, not 2016. It would have had to go back and said all the money that the employees had contributed since the 2012 when Tier 2 was created, that would not be taken into consideration for the employer's contribution amount. That would result in a lot more volatility in the system. And so this language makes it where once you reach 100% funded, it's kind of a reset. So if you fall below that 100% funded, then we start over again. So you have the additional amount from the employees, that's not taken into consideration. So instead of it having more volatility for both the employees and the employers, we reset each time we hit 100% funded. And then it also allows for the board to suspend or lower an employer's normal contribution rate if the employer is over that 100% funded of the PBB, so there's not the stranded taxpayer dollars. I must have got ahead of myself when I was talking about that on the previous slide. Additionally, the bill adds language to develop a system for employers who have assets and plans that have no liabilities or beneficiaries to transfer those funds to pay down another plan of the employers that has an unfunded liability. We do have a handful of employers that are in this situation that no longer have any retirees and they have no active members, but they have assets on account. So people must have withdrawn before they hit where they were fully vested. And so employer money is stranded in these accounts. Due to the IRS, you cannot, once the money has gone into the trust, you cannot take that money out unless it was an error of fact. And it's not when you're required to put in money by statute. So this allows a process in which the employer can come to the board and request that money to be transferred to one of their other accounts. This doesn't allow for anyone else to come in and transfer to a different employer. This would require that the employer go in front of their board or council and get the appropriate approval. They would have to work with our PSPRS administrator and staff to make sure they actually qualified for this. And then if they did, they would be able to come in and request that money to be transferred. Say if it was a fire department that had money on account and there was no longer a fire department that was there and they wanted to transfer it to police or something along those lines is just an example. And then for the state, it actually requires that that process go through the joint legislative budget committee. And so that requires them to, one, work with us to make sure that, yes, they would have an employer that qualifies for that. It would go through the open JLBC process, and then it would be directed through legislation or the budget at that point.
Thank you, Diane. That's a long bill, and luckily the legislature has understood that, and that bill is moving through the process. It's already been through the House of Origin and is being switched over to the House to be considered.
Yeah, actually, all three of our bills have passed out of the Chamber of Origin, so are waiting for their next committee meetings.
So moving on to funding, as you know, it's been quite the year for both the state contributing additional funds to pay down the unfunded accrued liability. Last session, the DPS PSPRS plan, the state appropriated $500 million, $500 million to pay down the DPS's liability, and they also funded $500 million to pay down the Department of Corrections Corp unfunded liability. That effort, I'm pleased to say, is continuing again this year because the state is flush with cash for many reasons. So there are a number of bills that accomplish this, and will add more funding to these plans to bring down their unfunded liability. The first one is House Bill 2035, which has been introduced by Representative David Cook from Globe. He makes a total appropriation of $680.33 million to specified PSPRS and Corp Group employer accounts, $421.86 million to the Department of Public Safety account, and $474.58 million to the Arizona Department of Corrections Rehabilitation and Reentry Corp account to reduce unfunded liabilities.
And that's all of the PSPRS and Corp unfunded liability that's in the system.
That's in the state's the state's unfunded liability portion that doesn't touch any of the individual employers that are in those systems. But as you all know, many of the employer groups have been getting very creative and using financing mechanisms to pay down their debt. So this is a good trend that the system in the Board of Trustees has been encouraging, and staff here at PSPRS has been working with the employers to assure that they have all the information they need as the governing board of those employers make those critical decisions to save not only the system money, put it on a better path, but also save taxpayers money over the long term. So there's another bill also out there by Senator Livingston. It's Senate Bill 1086. It appropriates also more money to various plans. This is a Senate bill. The other one that I just went to is a House bill. So even though they all fund the same plans, they will be reconciled during the legislative process. And lastly, another bill, 1087, as you can see on the screen, also accomplishes what that first bill that I went through. No sense in repeating all that because it all does the same thing, and then that'll all be reconciled when they start working on the budget.
One of the things that before we get into the drop, is that you'll likely see that the plan that they have not had a bill to allocate funding towards is the elected officials retirement plan. The reason that bill or that legislation really hasn't been coming forth is because EORP is a different animal. EORP is a pooled system and
Like ASRS.
right.
Yeah.
So they are a little more reluctant to pay down some of that additional funding or the unfunded liability due to the fact that it would be spread across all employers, and they're really focusing on paying down their own debt with the surplus of funds that they currently have.
But we do anticipate, in fact, there is a bill that's been posted for next week in Senate Appropriations that will make an attempt to pay down some of that debt. And that bill will be Senate Bill 1002. So we will report more on that as if and when that bill advances. So now we're going to go into drop. Diane?
So one of the things that happened during the interim was a lot of different stakeholders coming forward with trying to figure out ideas on how to retain and attract some of the law enforcement or even firefighters as well, but especially in the PSPRS system. A program that has been in place for Tier 1 for several years is the DROP plan, so the Deferred Retirement Option Plan. This is something that has its own political reputation down at the legislature. And so it is something that is requiring a lot of work by the constituents who are interested in advancing these. However, both the employers and the employee groups have been working together with Senator Livingston to try to find, potentially a consensus bill to move forward. There are two bills that are dealing with drop out there currently. You have House Bill 2337, which is a reinstatement from Representative Kevin Payne. That does two different things. It extends drop for Tier 1 for 2 additional years. And then it also creates a new drop program for Tiers 2 and 3, which is there's currently not a drop program. So when we did pension reform, that was something that the legislature decided not to offer for those new tiers. Since we created this presentation, there have been amendments to the bill. And so that bill, instead of keeping it at the assumed rate of return for Tier 1, they did the smoothed rate of return over 7 years for the additional 2 years. So for years 1 through 5, it would still be at the assumed rate of return because that's currently in statute, and you can't make changes to existing benefits due to the pension clause of the Constitution for diminishment and impairment. However, for years 6 and 7, instead of receiving the assumed rate of return, you would get the rate of return that was smoothed over years, over 7 years, which is how we actually smooth the returns for the system as a whole. And then it also adds that smooth rate of return for Tiers 2 and 3 for that new drop program. They had initially put it in there at the actual rate of return. Additionally, they cap that at 9%. So if for some reason the smooth rate was over 9%, they would only receive up to 9%. But along with that, they put a floor at 0%. So if there were losses, you would actually the employee would not lose their principal at that point. And then Senate Bill 1268 is Senator Livingston's version of the drop bill. That also extends the original drop program for Tier 1 by 2 additional years that use the same smooth rate of return in that approach. And then for Tiers 2 and 3, Senator Livingston is taking a different approach. He really wants the stakeholders, the board, legislators to work together to try to figure out ways to improve retention and to attract employees for Tiers 2 and 3. However, drop is one of the things he would like to look at, but he would like people to come up with some other ideas as well. So he directs the board to report back to them what the stakeholders kind of look at during the interim on ways to do this. So we will be using our advisory committee plus other interested stakeholders, as well as Senator Livingston wants to be included to try to come up with a list of things that the legislature can look at. The board will just be reporting what that list is. It will not be making the recommendations. We view that it is the legislature and the stakeholders' responsibility to recommend any benefit changes. And so, but we do want to facilitate that process to make sure that we are included in there, getting the actuarial information and the impact to the system throughout those conversations, instead of dealing with that after a legislative or after legislation is dropped.
So as you can see, it goes without saying that there's a lot of focus and attention to the retention and attracting new employees to the public safety field. They're very sensitive to that and are well aware of the deficits that many police departments, sheriff's offices are experiencing and in attracting new members and retaining the current members. So that's the end of our presentation. I see we have about 8 minutes to take questions.
That reminding our audience, I guess we have a first question up here, Doug and Diane. Would drop for tier 2 and 3 be extended up to 7 years under the proposals?
So under House Bill 2337, for years, or for drop for tiers 2 and 3 is actually only proposed for the 60 months. So it would only be 5 years. I'm not sure why the sponsor drafted it for 7 years for tier 1 and for 5 years for tiers 2 and 3. This is not one of our pieces of legislation. We have just been a resource to the sponsor on information, but for tiers 2 and 3, it's currently drafted at 5 years.
Yeah, and the sponsor of this bill, Kevin Payne, did not hold stakeholder groups with the affected parties like Senator Livingston has. So we don't know what his thinking was on that.
I think he was trying to be helpful to the employee groups,
Yeah.
but I think that he was working with one group in particular. And so I think that that bill did go through committee of the whole today. I think if it continues to progress, I think there will be additional conversations and potential amendments that are done in the Senate.
Great question. Thanks for asking it.
Sure. And the drop extensions being considered, would they impact those currently in drop or only prospective ones?
So the pieces of legislation that extends drop in tiers 1 from 5 years to 7 years would allow for those who are currently in drop to extend up to that year 7. As long as that their time doesn't expire prior to the legislation going into effect.
Yeah.
Okay, and we have the non-drop related question here. The House bill about unfunded liabilities included about a $1.5 billion appropriation, but the Senate bill is closer to $900 million. Any idea which of these bills would have the most traction?
Well, I think it's going to come, as all money bills do, they come down to the negotiations in the greater state budget. So they go through the process of funding what they have to fund and look what's left over. And there's a lot of leftover monies because of federal funding through the COVID pandemic funding, and sales tax revenues are way up also. So what the legislature does is look at how much money they have in for one-time spending and how much money they have for ongoing spending. This would come out of the one-time spending pot. And the goal from these bills that we just went through is to completely eliminate the unfunded accrued liability on all the state plans. Whether they will get there or not, it remains to be seen because of all the other state needs and political desires of members of the legislature. So I think that if Mr. Livingston had his way and others, they would completely wipe out that the unfunded liability. But we will just have to see what happens in the negotiating process. This time last year, there was one bill out there that Senator Leach had to pay down DPS unfunded liability by $300 million. We ended up, as I stated earlier, with $1 billion reduction in both Corp, Department of Corrections, and DPS. So it's a negotiation, and we'll just see how the process goes along. But the Board of Trustees position And the system's position is as much money we get into the system, pay this off, is good for everybody.
And likely none of the bills in their current form will be the final ones. It will be wrapped into the actual budget itself.
Which is called the feed bill. I see we have 4 minutes now.
Okay, we're closing in on the end here. The bill's considering reforms to drop or reintroductions to drop on the drop extensions. When would those take effect?
They would take effect 90 days after the legislature adjourns, unless they have an emergency clause, which they don't right now.
Good afternoon, and thanks for being with us today. My name is Brian Moore. I'm a trustee appointed by Governor Ducey in 2019 to the Public Safety Personnel Retirement System. And I also have extensive history with being a member of a local board, the City of Phoenix Board, since 2006 as an elected board member, the largest fire member in the system. I also serve on the Daisy Mountain Fire District Pension Board. That was my first introduction to the local board arena in about 1999, I believe. I'm a lifelong student of PSPRS and continue to advance my, understanding and knowledge over a long period of time. So I have extensive experience hearing hundreds and hundreds of disability applications, line of duty, death benefit applications, working with other board members, both appointed and on the civilian side and elected. And my compadre here, I'll allow him to introduce himself.
Some of you know me because you've encountered me before. I'm Stan the Man Hoover, retired from Phoenix PD after 36 years, 23 of those years as the elected pension board member. I taught for PSPRS. I continue to help Phil Coleman out with a few things. And when he gets questions, he'll refer people my way. I did some stuff with Phoenix Law Enforcement Association, Phoenix Sergeants and Lieutenants, FOP. I was their pension reform committee chairman for a couple of years. Right now, I'm just an old retired guy enjoying life, watching my friend overworked and underpaid over here.
Yeah, so I neglected to mention that I'm still active duty. I'm a fire captain for the city of Phoenix, serving 28, 29 years. I kind of lose track when you get to be an old guy. Not an old retired guy like Stan, but, been still working, riding a heavy rescue truck for the city of Phoenix. That's one of my roles as an active duty firefighter, to represent firefighters on our fire pension board in the city of Phoenix and have a good working knowledge of it.
So one of the things that we did do, we have served on pension boards together prior to my retirement. Was the fire board ever sued?
Yes, we've been sued before, and we've made some decisions that actually made it into case law.
Right. And as a Phoenix guy, I think I was sued 6 different times. And we were successful in resolutions in 5 out of the 6. And the other one was about 30 years ago when a Superior Court judge told us how to vote. But that's how this thing works. But what we want to do here is we want to talk about building a record for your legal review. What you as a board applicant, everybody who participates should consider while you're doing it. But let's go through the process on how people get started. So the applicant submits application and documentation. It's the applicant's burden to provide that. You as a board member don't have to search things down for them. It's their responsibility. The local board can accept the packet for review. And then at the same time, if it doesn't fulfill the requirements for a pension, I mean, the obvious one is, is it an injury that totally and permanently prevents them from reasonable range of duties and did it occur in a line of duty? If it didn't occur in a line of duty or a line of work or related to work, then there's other options, but you can deny that application and move on from there. The burden goes back on the applicant.
If I can add to that just to a small degree, we may have members who do not have an approved industrial claim because the industrial process, worker compensation process, is completely separate from our process. Over the course of my time as a pension board member, we've encountered members who were injured in the line of duty, but their claim was closed or denied because of some determination by an independent medical examiner hired by the worker comp insurance company. And we found conflicting information from the treating doctor as well as from the independent medical examiner on the worker comp side. So it's not always required, and believe it's not a requirement that they have a valid worker compensation claim. There has to be some evidence that they were injured in the line of duty and that injury is leading to this condition and application.
So you as a board member get to use your discretion as to what part of that industrial packet you want to accept or not. So that's one of the things. You can be a finder of fact and present that to your other board members on what you believe and how you want to go. But if you're looking to build a record, one of the first things you're going to do after you accept this application, and one of the first things the applicant probably should have provided to you, is the industrial packets, the prior, past, or current history of all those things. Now, there are people in both our Phoenix PD and Phoenix Fire who have injuries from years ago, and they've come back and it's re-injured or deteriorated such, and it opens back up. So if you as a elected board member are dealing with an officer or a firefighter who keeps getting injured, make sure that they report that and that they don't seek that treatment through their own personal doctor. You want to make sure that you open up your records with your employer as history that you're under continual care. The other thing that comes together is employer departmental records, memos, internal investigations. I don't mean internal investigations where you got in trouble, but if somebody did get in trouble, you do have the right, and there's some legal things there you probably had to deal with your attorney, where you could look at those internal investigations. Now, you as an elected board member need to help the appointed board members understand what a departmental report is, how a memo is produced, what all the industrial packet says, and what do they call them in the fire department? That's the other thing. That's the job of the police and fire guy, is to help define and explain what these documents are.
Exactly. The other thing we look at closely is the attendance report. What exactly was the employee's work status? Were they on personal leave? Were they using sick time? Or were they on industrial leave? And many employers, industrial leave is limited to maybe the first year of the injury, and then they have to use sick time. The other thing we encounter are those folks that need immediate care and treatment. They don't want to go through the submission process for the reopening the claim and want to get their care and treatment done immediately because of pain, a deficit or impairment of some kind, and go forward with that care and treatment. And so we may not have an actual worker compensation care and treatment on that particular injury because that was the individual's decision. But we take that into account, that it was, have to make sure that that condition or injury or impairment that's leading to the disability application is directly related to an incident in the line of duty.
Sure. Is it a past injury, and what's that history? Is it a new injury? In other words, a different part of the body or a different part of the knee? Or is it an aggravation of an injury that he had and been working and living with? And then, as Brian just pointed out, there may be personal medical records related to the applicant. One of the things that you probably should do is, are there any personal medical records related to this injury? And if there are, you want to get those. You want to, because sometimes, I know it's hard to believe that a municipal employee might not provide all the appropriate information or be less than truthful in that, but you want to find out all the information you can. And then the other thing is the applicant stationary in their medical condition? So couple different ways to explain stationary. Are they as good as they're going to get, and they'll probably only deteriorate from this point in time? In other words, if you're stationary and a doctor's not willing to send that employee back to work, and he says, if I do, they're probably going to deteriorate or have problems or something like that, then you can move forward with this application. If someone sprains their ankle or twists their knee at work and turns around 7 to 10 days later and says, I'm going to take my accidental disability, he hasn't been through the full rehab part. And I have to, fire is so much better at treating their employees and rehabbing their employees and getting them back to work than usually law enforcement, because that's part of your guys' job. So you want to comment on stationary?
Yeah, at some point, the treating physician will label the person stable and stationary and has reached maximum medical improvement. The other way that may happen is they may be sent by the worker comp provider to an independent medical examiner to determine if they want to continue paying for the continued care and treatment. That worker comp doctor may say that the independent medical examiner may say that you've reached maximum medical improvement. You're going to have permanent restrictions from your job classification as a firefighter, fire engineer, a captain, whatever it may be. That may conflict with what the treating doctor says. So the individual may end up filing an appeal and going down the worker comp route to continue getting the necessary care and treatment, or they may come to the realization, if it concurs with what the treating doctor says, that you're not going to get any better. You have permanent restrictions. You're going to need to, think of another line of work. At that point, they come forward and apply. But what I tell members when they're asking me questions, because I've seen a number of cases of catastrophic injuries where I know they're probably not going to come back to work. And these individuals apply 2 to 3 months after their event. And I have to tell them, look, you're not stable. You're not stationary. You haven't reached maximum medical improvement. Continue on your course of treatment. And then in 6 or 9 months, wherever it might be, when the doctor advises you that you're not going to get better, you're going to have permanent restrictions, then come and apply. And even those that do apply 2 to 3 months after the event, we'll table their application because they haven't been deemed stationary and stable or reach maximum medical improvement.
Yeah, I think some people get frustrated that I can't do this anymore, I want out. But there's a benefit to the employee staying employed. I mean, obviously, it's a full paycheck. You're getting your insurance paid for and stuff like that. So the question becomes, are they full duty, light duty, no work status, leave without pay, LTD? It's kind of like can't be working Monday and disabled on Tuesday because you haven't been through that rehab period. And I want to tell you, an accidental disability isn't taken by the employee, it is granted. It's a lot like a timeout in a sports, baseball or football. You don't take it, it's granted. So they have to work through the process to do it for you. So one of the questions that PSPRS has always asked us to address is, what if you're not getting what you need? Well, first of all, that's why you should have your local board attorney there and have a conversation with them as to, this is what I think I want. Is this going to be of value to our process? The second one is ask the chair. The chair should have some communication with the employer or talk to an elected board member. If you don't understand what the job duties were or how an injury could occur, talk to the elected board member and have the elected board member talk to the chain of command or payroll or city clerk or department head. The chair can do that sort of thing. But most importantly, ask the applicant. If you don't feel comfortable asking the question, then ask the board attorney to help you phrase that question so that you don't offend them. So.
Right. So the applicant is the one that's responsible for bringing forth the information. Where I serve on the board, the local board staff obtains all the medical information on behalf of the employee. Other jurisdictions, they may require the employee to furnish all the medical documentation, the care and treatment, and so forth. The employee may need some assistance from time to time. Occasionally, we run into problems where a treating physician suddenly stops practicing, retires, and that involves a little bit more work and effort, but it happens from time to time. But if you're not getting the information, there's more questions, or there's a gap in the care and treatment that there shouldn't be, you need to ask for it, and you want to make sure that it matches up. Even though it looks like it may, that gap is not really pertinent to the case, but you really should make sure there's a timeline that follows all the way through without any type of a gap. You can always table the application if the member is not bringing forth the information. We've had to table applications sometimes for several months at a time because the information wasn't available, but we ultimately then would proceed once they do that. The big thing is that we want board members to understand that they have a really important role, especially the sworn members, who they understand the workplace, the job, the requirements, and so forth, more so than those civilians that may be serving on the board, as well as maybe the board chair that represents a local jurisdiction.
This is just a quick heads up. We want to kind of run through here real quick. House Bill 2381. I don't know, you've been sitting up there, so you probably have a lot more knowledge about this.
So what has happened across the state is that there was a need for some legislation that there were some local boards that hadn't acted in a timely manner for certain benefits, both retirement, also for line of duty deaths, as well as accidental disability retirement. So now there's a requirement that within 10 days of a disability or line of duty death, the local board secretary must submit that copy of the application to PSPRS. The local board determinations of a disability or line of duty death benefit application, whether they're approved or whether they're denied, will be reviewed by PSPRS or its designee. So we'll have a little bit more oversight from the PSPRS level than in the past. And then we also will have the authority under this new law to require additional records from the local boards if we see that there's a need for the board to rehear a case. There's a little more teeth than what we've had in the past in the law. The new law also provides a legal standing to challenge findings of the local board through the judicial process, which we didn't have before. And it permits PSPRS to assume local board duties, meaning we can assume those duties kind of in I don't want to use the case of, say, a bankruptcy where there's a trustee takeover but that's probably the closest you could get. Your local board goes into receivership. We become the party that assumes those duties if you're not compliant with state law and the model uniform procedures, and we'll do that till things are corrected and resolved. That's something we couldn't do before. We've had a number of local boards, not a large number, but enough to draw attention that weren't compliant with the rules, regulations, and operation that we need to make some changes, because this ultimately is a benefit for the firefighters and police officers out there who are putting their lives on the line on a daily basis.
So if you think your board is having difficulty or stumbling, reach out here to PSPRS. They've done a very good job in helping to mentor and guide boards back into being a functioning unit that they can provide service. Over the last couple of years, they've made a lot of improvements. But Phil Coleman and Joanne Lowry are going to cover a lot more stuff on 2381. I think one of the things we want to say is change is difficult. We both know that from our employers, especially at City of Phoenix right now. So we need you to be patient.
And one of the big things with this is that we have gone through a several-year educational process. The first step was we're going to educate local boards, and a very robust local board education program has been done over the last few years. That changed things to some degree, but we still had some that weren't necessarily in compliance, and we had to get some more teeth to make sure things were running as they should. Local board training, one of the other requirements of this, because you should get a little bit more local board training than Stan and I, even though it's pretty informative, I think, because we're very long-term educated and experienced local board members, but you really should get some more formal training. And that's another requirement within 180 days. You are operating under the open meeting laws of Arizona, so you should probably know all about them. That's one of the other future trainings. And then ethics, legal, and fiduciary review training and your fiduciary responsibilities. And PSPRS is in the process of designing that local board training curriculum. It's good information. This is information that I learned and was provided throughout the course of my time as a local board member. But really, all local boards should have some understanding of what you can and can't do as an Arizona recognized public meeting. Posting an agenda, action taken, and so forth.
So if you're a community that has a number of boards out there, you could probably reach out to the Attorney General's office and get open meeting law training. You guys schedule one, go through the process, say everybody's going to be in training, post it on your agenda, bring all those people in and go through that form of training. The training's out there, but I'd wait and see what PSPRS comes up with. I'm looking forward to it. And if they need some assistance, I'm sure we're more than happy to help out.
Mm-hmm.
The model uniform rules of local board procedure have been codified now, or at least rewritten with a few more things, of which your board was very involved with.
Right. So every applicant or member that is joining the public safety personnel retirement system needs to have a pre-membership physical. For the most part, that was being done, but that's a really important record that should be maintained, because what you want to determine is there a pre-existing condition or injury that exists, because ultimately if on down the road the member is impaired and no longer can perform the substantial material duties of their job classification and they submit the application, it's reviewed, the medical information is reviewed, and the contributing factor was was a pre-existing condition that could disqualify or allow the board to vote to deny the accidental disability retirement application or any other application for benefits. So having an understanding of that, whatever that pre-existing is, having it documented is very, very important. One of the other things on our bullet points here that you can see is that re-examination during the disability process.
Can we go to the next one? Or
What's that?
you want me to go to your thing?
Let's see. No, let's just go
Okay.
through. I was just going to talk about re-examination disability process. So there's essentially two types of retirements, what I refer to. And I'm going to ask Stan real quick. Stan, what's the most expensive retirement? Disability retirement.
It's the disability retirement of a person who leaves before 20.
Exactly. It's called what I refer to as the unfunded accidental disability retirement. A member that has not completed the time to achieve a normal retirement benefit. Any disability retirement granted before that is an unfunded liability to the employer, because each employer has their own actuarial unfunded liability to within the system. An employee that has an accidental disability retirement awarded to them over 20 years for tier 1 or over 25 years for tier 2 and tier 3, that's a tax change. That doesn't affect the unfunded liability status because they've reached normal retirement years of service. So that's mainly a tax benefit to the individual, but granting a tax benefit to an individual could impact the fund and other members in a negative way, that we could lose our, tax qualified status under the IRS if there were disability retirements granted that didn't meet the requirements set in state statute. Now, those that are granted disability retirements under the normal service retirement age can be brought back every year for a re-examination. The local board should review and see if those folks can come back, if their disability has no longer resolved and no longer is present. There may be personal knowledge that, hey, this person is still impaired, still has restrictions. You don't need to bring those folks back, but the boards can bring those back for an independent medical exam and evaluation and terminate that accidental disability retirement. Rehearing, that's a provision that we talked about briefly. If a board makes a decision and the PSPRS determines that, there were some factors involved that should have been considered, or there was a decision made that may not be necessarily correct, it's submitted back for a rehearing. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, so one of the things that's clarified in the new rules of procedures, we were made aware of there was an attorney that was telling local boards they need to gather the entire medical record of new applicants and maintain those medical records of the new applicant, which would be all previous medical care and treatment within the HR department or employer. That is not necessary, because the only document that a local board should have is the attending physician statement on the applicant having, the new member having a pre-existing condition or not. Nothing more should be held or obtained or stored by the employer than that. And it specifically states that in state statute, I'm not going to read this whole paragraph, but in our local board uniform procedures is that the statute does not authorize local board or employers to request personal medical records of individuals gathered, collected, or accumulated from the pre-membership physical. So just want to make that clear out there to all the local boards. I've had a lot of inquiries of local boards being told that they have to obtain the entire pre-hire medical record and the employers to maintain those records. That's not the case whatsoever, and we clarified it under the new uniform local board procedures.
So the new procedures tell you how to notify these people that have a pre-existing condition. And what's happened a number of times on our boards when Phoenix was hiring a lot of people, we tell them they had a knee problem or something like that, and they get all upset and they, want to write a letter or something like that and come in front of the board. So there's a process on here on how to notify them. If they want to be heard, or they want to submit documentation, the board can take it. You're just going to acknowledge that a pre-existing condition exists and move forward from there.
Okay, we'll talk about cancer issues. So a few things that we want to cover, a couple of main things. Number one, cancer. We don't have any kind of presumptive provision for cancer as a duty-related individual, or for a duty-related disability, I'm sorry. An approved industrial claim is not required. So you can consider a cancer claim if the evidence is present from exposure documentation, the employee's history, and they have an injury, which is essentially an occupational injury, which is essentially what cancer is considered. Occupational injury, occupational illness that impairs them and causes them restriction in their duties and duties for their job classification. So an approved industrial claim is not required. We have a number of worker compensation providers that are denying cancer claims, even in the face of scientific evidence that shows that firefighters have a high incidence of exposure to toxic smoke that has carcinogens in it. So the key thing is documentation of the exposure. Fire departments do a very good job in that. And essentially from the medical providers that more likely than not, the cancer came from firefighting. Independent medical examinations, or IMEs for the pension board for cancer are difficult to come by, but there are a small number of physicians that do that. So it is somewhat difficult to come by. The worker comp industry goes out and solicits physicians to do their work. We want a pension board physical, and we want to make sure that, we select the right doctors for that. So there are doctors that will do that. So let's go to the next slide here.
Law enforcement can learn a lot from their fire friends there on how they document that sort of stuff. So I'd recommend the smaller jurisdictions get in touch with the fire. We've gotten better over the last 5 years of documenting our exposures, but we're still not as good as the fire people are.
One thing that's hit the public safety profession very, very hard over the last 2+ years is COVID-19. Just as cancer, there is no presumptive disability for COVID-19. And with COVID-19, the key things is documentation, exposure to either an employee in a station or an actual COVID-19 patient. And the fire service has been very good about the documenting of that. In the city of Phoenix, we had a line of duty death that was approved by our local board. There was a very clear-cut information of the exposure to a COVID-19 patient. Within the time frame, 5 days, I believe, the employee developed symptoms, subsequently ended up in a hospital ICU, passed away from COVID. Because of the documentation of the exposure, the subsequent death, our local board deemed that it was a line of duty death for those PSPRS benefits. Your options as a board, you can determine that it's not work-related and deny it. You can determine that it is work-related because of they were exposed either within their workplace, meaning somebody brought it in and the station was COVID positive, they were exposed, or it was a clear-cut incident. And firefighters and EMS personnel within fire departments have seen an excessive number of COVID-related patients. Remember, they're working in confined spaces, confined environments, houses, ambulance transportation. There were some times that I saw 9 to 10 full-blown COVID-positive patients in a shift, and flat out, I'm lucky that I didn't develop it. Because I probably should be picking Powerball numbers, because it's a very, very vicious symptoms from all the folks that I've seen. We have a number of members that may not be able to return to work because of their symptoms and cardiovascular status. And from my work and talking to folks around the state, I know there's a number of cases around the state, folks that may be, working with their own local boards who are going to have to leave the workplace because of permanent impairment and restrictions.
I'm aware of a couple with the City of Phoenix Police Department where they had the illness that it was debilitating enough that it's probably going to be long-term. So How about
Okay,
that?
all right. We have just a little bit of time for questions and well, is our panel have any questions to provide for us, our staff or?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes, we do. Let's get to it. Is there an industry standard or a best practice for minimum, maximum timeframes for which a local board can request a reevaluation of a granted disability retirement application?
So once a year, and it has to be a member that had not reached normal service retirement. Tier 1, it's 20 years. Tier 2, it's 25 years, and same for Tier 3. So once a year, you can send that individual back out for an independent medical exam to see if they still meet the requirements for the benefit. Once they've passed that normal service retirement age, then you no longer are able to do that.
Okay. We have another question here. What if a member is not truthful when they undergo a pre-employment physical and then an employer or local board finds out later on after the fact that this member has pre-existing medical conditions?
Well, is the question in regards to did they suffer and are they applying for a benefit or they just found out that they didn't submit it?
Presumably it doesn't ask that specifically, but that would be the scenario we're talking about.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that the scenario is based on they are applying for an accidental disability retirement and there is a pre-existing condition that was not documented in the course of their pre-employment examination.
And it becomes identified in the IME or something along those lines.
Yes, so at that point, they should obtain additional medical records pertaining to that condition. The applicant's responsibility, as we stated early on, it's the applicant's responsibility to provide that information, and the board can table that case until the medical records are furnished by that applicant pertaining to that pre-existing condition that was determined later on.
I'm assuming that the applicant was probably performing at full duty at some point in time. And was there a traumatic incident that caused this injury to come to light, whether it's a re-injury or aggravation or whatever it might be? And then the question becomes, you probably shouldn't have done what you've done. I don't know if you're going to get anybody doing any criminal sort of civil stuff on it, but it's a new injury from this day forward. Can he do a reasonable range of duties, or is he totally and permanently, prevented? And did he terminate his employment by reason of this disability? So work with your attorney, and your attorney can look at probably some past minutes from large local boards that have had situations similar to that. There is a part of the pension law that says you have to be truthful in your application. Okay, but I don't know that you can take that back to the point where the guy did his pre-existing where he did his pre-employment medical thing.
Excellent, and thank you. We're going to take a short break and return at 2:15.
Thank you. It was our pleasure being here today.
Thank you, and we're back. This next presentation is by Joanne Lowy, our local board relationship manager. Joanne Lowy is one of the longest serving PSPRS employees, is a wealth of knowledge on the topic that she is covering. We strongly encourage anyone to reach out to Joanne with questions about disability applications at the local board level. Joanne?
Thank you, Christian. Welcome back, everyone. I am Joanne Lowy, local board relationship manager, and today I'm going to cover disabilities for both public safety and corp. So being here that I've been here for so long, what I did, and I've been focusing in the last few years on public safety statutes, being part of the retired members department and receiving these disabilities in. So I went back and I took a look at the corp statutes, and I kind of compared the two because I was trying to see which items are similar. So what information I'm covering today is similar in both statutes for both public safety and corp, just so that you know. Because I know we have some of our employer groups that have both the public safety and the corp local boards. So what I'm going to start with is just a basic overview of the process, again, for both public safety and corp, with regards to receiving a disability and processing it. So you're receiving the application from the member. Now this entails two pages, which is the Form P5EE, page 1 and 2, and the C5, pages 1 and 2, C5EE, pages 1 and 2. So the important part of that first page is to please have the member note the date of disabling event and condition diagnosis and nature and cause of the disability. A lot of times we receive that document, that part of that document blank, and we're wondering what's going on, because that's our first look at what's happening with this member who's made application. The other part is on page 2, where it has the member initialing certain parts of the waiver that's there, and then signing and dating it. That part's important for the member to do their part in that piece of it. And the local board signs and dates that bottom portion of that application, that page 2. This helps for the local boards and us. So the date that the local board accepts the application, that starts the 90 days. So, and again, that 90 days, we mention it most frequently with disabilities because that seems to be the item that kind of, well, I have to get more information, or I don't, we're still working on something. So, but any sort of claim that's made to the local board falls into that 90-day window. So also, having that date that the local board signs it at the bottom gives us a reference for the retro payment if it needs to occur, which that retro payment can only go back 6 months or 180 days from the date of application. So as an example, the member terminates employment on May 31st, 2021. The disability application is dated February 2nd, 2022. So 180 days from the date of application falls into August of 2021. So that's the first month that pension can be retroactively paid if the disability is awarded. Email the application to public safety within 10 days. So what we're asking for is that, again, that 2 pages, the P5EE page 1 and 2, or the C5EE page 1 and 2. That's all the information that we need in order to start our tracking process on our side with regards to, yes, it's been received, we've got it from the local board, and here's where the 90 days are out on that we'll need to track. And medical records. Did the member provide the medical records with the application, or does the local board need to reach out to the members' listed doctors, clinics, and hospitals to get that information? There are sample letters in the local board instruction manual that is on the website under Forms and Resources, Employers, and Resources. But it's, of course, probably quicker if the member can obtain those medical records and get those to the local board. And again, scheduling the board within 90 days, just so long as you meet that, whether you have the medical records or not, you have that application, and that starts the process. So you can start that, meet those 90 days, and then table it until there's more information provided from the member. Now, if the local board has the documentation that they need, then they need to review that information and decide, can an IME be appointed? Is there enough information to proceed? Does it meet the definition for the type of disability the member made application for? So if it does meet and everything's ready to go, then the local board can instruct to schedule an independent medical review, which must be an MD or a medical doctor in order to be able to take a look at that. Now, when the board gets to that point, what's very helpful is if it's documented in the local board minutes. As much information as you can provide to us so we know what is happening along this path for this member who's applying for this disability is extremely helpful. And we would appreciate that. So once that independent medical review is completed, then that MD will supply the local board with the report and answer the appropriate questions. So the questionnaire to the physician, you need to make sure that it matches for the type of disability the member is making application for. There's been a few instances where we've received the application where it says accidental, but we receive an ordinary questionnaire. Well, it doesn't help in the process because we need to know that the IME doctor has reviewed it based upon the definition of an accidental, not an ordinary disability. Because each questionnaire has different verbiage based upon the disability type, and it's tied right back to the definitions. So the local board will either approve or deny the disability. And again, the finding of that disability, whether you award it or deny it, does need to be based upon the IME report and the questionnaire that was supplied. The local board went through the exercise of appointing that independent medical doctor. Mind you, it is based on statute that happens, but that doctor's role is to help the board in being able to make that decision to award it or to deny it. And again, it ties back to the questionnaires too, because when you look at it, both public safety and corp for accidental, ordinary, and total and permanent, it says totally and permanently prevents. So that's part of the questionnaire and again, ties back to the definition. So after the local board has taken action on the disability itself, here's what we need at public safety in order to review all the information. Again, this is whether the disability was awarded or whether it was denied. We still review both types of disabilities and how it was decided. So we'll need the application. Again, what we're looking for is a complete packet. So if you can please include that application again, that would be helpful, along with the form P5LB or C5LB, the IME report, the questionnaire, again, the questions answered by the local board and the IME for the appropriate type of disability that the member made application for. Local board minutes. We just need a draft if you don't have them ready, but we do need to have local board minutes attached with this file. It is very helpful because otherwise we're searching for those documents or reaching back out to you in order to get a copy of those. And again, when it comes to the minutes, don't just approve it. Sometimes that works because there is enough information in the documentation that we receive that we can see what happened. But a lot of times it's helpful to lay it out. Why was it awarded? What information did they reference? Even answer the questions on the local board portion of the questionnaire. I've seen local boards do that also. But please provide us a bit more information on that so we know where you're coming from in case we do have any questions. And then the supporting documents. That includes copies of birth certificates, a copy of the recorded marriage certificate, direct deposit, taxes included with this file. And we will take care of the rest, which is in regards to the calculation of the monthly benefit itself, if the disability was awarded. So I also wanted to touch a little bit on Tier 3 for both public safety and corp. Just a bit because this is directed towards the members who are in their first 90 days of employment. So for public safety, Tier 3, for members and employees hired after July 1st of 2017, the hire date is in the system for us to track and the 90 days has started. So if the member is injured during those 90 days, they can apply for a work-related disability. Under public safety, that is going to be an accidental or catastrophic. This then initiates an automatic enrollment of that member into the public safety defined benefit plan as of the date of disability. and the local board will work through that process as normal. There's nothing unusual about the disability process in this case either. And in Corp Tier 3, which is membership on or after July 1st of 2018, the hire date's in the system, the 90 days has started. If the member is injured while at work, they can apply for the work-related disability. Under Corp, that's going to be accidental and total and permanent. Again, by statute, they're automatically enrolled in the Corp defined benefit plan as of the date of disability. And of course, the local board works through their process to get through that disability and award it. One of the things that has kind of eluded me in the course of all of this training that and discussions I've had with local board about the disabilities is the prerequisites or pre-requirements. So I got looking at the statute and the model uniform rules, again, for both public safety and Corp. And the thing that they first look at is timely application. So the member would need to make application after the disabling event or within 1 year after the member ceases to be an employee. So that's why it's important for that date to be signed and dated by the member and by the local board on the application on page 2. That's the reference that you're going to need to look at for the member when they made application compared to when they were no longer an employee. So did they make application in a timely manner within that year? Great, then they can go ahead and you can move forward with that piece of it. But if they made application after that year, then you'll need to review and see what happens. But more than likely, it's the local board can go through the exercise of denying it because the member did not meet the prerequisite of timely application. The other part is work status. Is the employee still working in what the local board considers a reasonable range of duties? So if they're working, are they working full-time or part-time? Are they on a leave of absence? Are they on light duty? You can look at that status and see where the member's at. And then, is there enough information as far as the medical records go to move forward? Or is there just not enough? You can either table it and ask the member for more information and see how that proceeds from there and give them a time frame because there is a time frame in the model uniform rules that you can utilize in order to obtain more information, and then you can move forward in the future with regards to that. So another part of the prerequisite, and these items are listed right in statute, and again, they're both the same for public safety and Corp, and the statute reference is at the bottom of the page. Does the member have a pre-existing injury or condition? Did the member serve in the armed forces, and are they receiving a pension from the armed forces? Was the member injured while engaged in a criminal act that results in a felony? So these 3 items are right in statute, and they can be viewed there. And again, it's would be a prerequisite by looking at this information and making that determination. And of course, with the pre-hire physicals, the other questions on the questionnaire itself is, did the injury or condition occur prior to the current public safety membership date? So does the board have a pre-hire physical report that they can reference and at least ask the IME about too, because there may not be enough information. So if you look at the questionnaire, both the local board and the independent medical doctor have that question about pre-hire injury or condition. So as far as a pre-hire physical report, It is a report that's kept by the local board secretary as a permanent record. PSPRS does not have copies of these reports. And so this is an MD who will meet with the member and provide a report to the local board, noting any existence of a pre-existing medical condition or injury. And as noted in the model uniform rules, it does not authorize the local board or employer to request personal medical records. And again, the process for pre-hire is one part of the statute. The process for disability is in a different part of the statute. And at that point during the disability is where more information can be gathered in order to be able to potentially address anything that might be pre-existing related to the current injury or condition. Part of the prerequisites is if those prerequisites are not satisfied, then the local board may deny the claim. Some of it, the local board may table the claim until they get further information from the member. But whatever happens with regards to this member's situation, please note it in minutes. And please keep the member informed. That conversation between the local board and the member does need to be ongoing with regards to the status of what's happening and what the process is. Because we don't want that to at some point get stagnant and not happen. So it's always been a recommendation that it keeps on the local board minutes as an item, and that it can note it as tabled, so that way it's always there for information purposes. And we know that there's something still ongoing with that disability. And the other part of it that I wanted to cover, because there's been a lot of conversations I've had this past year with the local boards, because the IME that was completed was not done by an MD. And so those are not happy conversations, because that is potentially an added expense that the employer has to go through in order to get that MD to opine on the disability and meet with that member. So please be sure that if the local board gets to the point that they're able to address, let's appoint an IME to review this situation and this disability. It does need to be an MD, a doctor of medicine, a physician, psychiatrist, and the finding of the disability has to be based upon their findings. So that's why the board goes through the exercise of appointing somebody who's independent to be able to review and determine and answer these questions for the board to look at, to say, can we award it or do we need to deny it? And we've had that also, where boards have decided to award a disability even though the IME doctor says no. Statutes do require that the board follow the direction of the IME. Now, if the board has questions and needs clarification, then that board can request that from that independent medical doctor. Or the board can always, if there's conflict in the report, they can always request another independent medical review in order to make that determination and help them in that process. But that conversation comes from me back to the local board to go, the IME doctor says, no, why did you award it? So you need to review it again. So just be aware that it may not vote in the members' favor all the time, but there's information in there that the IME doctor says that it doesn't meet total and permanent. Or again, the local board can request another independent medical review if they feel it's necessary. So just a couple other things that I've noted through the years with regards to disabilities. The member does not need to terminate employment to make application. So as long as they have that conversation with the employer and they're able to stay on and receive some sort of financial payment of some kind to keep things going, great. That member can work that out with the employer. However, the member does need to terminate employment in order to receive a pension from our office. So we can't pay a member unless they terminate. Unless they terminate employment, and the benefit can't be calculated unless they terminate employment. However, if they did terminate previously, then there is that ability to calculate that benefit because they terminated in the past. And that's where the retro payments would come into play if necessary. Again, we need the local board to submit those disability applications, the Form P5EE, page 1 and 2, or the Form C5EE, page 1 and 2, to public safety within 10 days of receipt from the member to the email address that's listed there, benefitapp@psprs.com. Again, please make sure that the application is complete, and that includes the date of the disability and the nature and cause of the disability, and all the signatures on page 2 at the very bottom, the member signature and the local board signature. And the local board will still go through that process of the disability process of being able to award or deny the application. And just a reminder, all the retirement documents, including drop, reverse drop, normal death benefits, disability, they should be emailed to benefitapp@psprs.com. And with the statute update that occurred, the local boards can email their meeting minutes to us on a normal basis. Again, we still need a copy of the local board minutes with the disability, please. But you can also send us the local board minutes via email at localboards@psprs.com. And questions about retirement or disabilities, you can give me a call. And then you've also got Tara Davis and Jennifer Leibarger, who are in the retired members department. And if you have any questions.
Thank you, Joanne. We have a few questions up here. Let's start with, does PSPRS have the Tier 3 disability retirement application spreadsheet available?
We do not, but when it comes to the application is the same for all 3 tiers. So the application you can find on the retirement spreadsheet for Tier 1 and Tier 2. If you notice, the P5EE page 1 and 2 and the C5EE page 1 and 2, in both retirement spreadsheets, they are the same. And those are the forms. Even the P5LB, the C5LB, the only thing that might be different as far as the tiers is the calculation. Of course, we do that here, so you don't have to worry about that page at all anymore. So again, they're all the same.
Thank you, Joanne. Joanne, what happens if the 90-day requirement to hold a board meeting is missed because there's a delay in receiving medical records for a disability application?
Well, here's what I would suggest is if you have the application, but you don't have the medical records, you can still have a meeting and address the fact that you do have an application and you've accepted the application. That's your meeting your 90 days. And then you can note to table it pending receipt of the medical records. Because you want to meet that 90 days if you have what you need, if you have the application. Now, if everything does not meet the 90 days, that's when there is statutory language that directs what happens at that point. But I'd say meet the 90 days so you don't have to read that part of the statute.
Thank you, Joanne. What happens if a member has a pre-existing condition but injures themselves in another manner, hurts something else in their body? Do they qualify for disability retirement?
Well, at that point, what the board may want to consider doing is sending the individual to the IME, because like Trustee Moore said and Stan Hoover, it's up to the member to provide the information enough information for the board to be able to move forward. So if this member has a pre-existing, but where it was injured, but they have enough information, then they may want to go ahead and appoint that IME. Because if you look at the questionnaire, the local board answers that question, but so does the IME. So if the IME can look to see, as the medical professional, he or she can review the medical records and make that determination and help the board in that fashion and make information and give you information in the report.
Thank you. Joanne, could you speak to, we're getting questions about post-traumatic disability applications. Could you speak a little bit to those? Any tips for local board members to consider them? Any difference from disability applications for physical injuries and ailments?
Just remember to, if the board gets to the point that they can appoint the medical doctor, make sure it's an MD, a psychiatrist, but don't go to a psychologist, because that's when, if you go to the psychologist, that's when, we'll come back and say, you based it upon the psychologist, but it needs to be an MD. That's one of the bigger things that I've seen this past year with regards to disabilities that have been submitted on PTSD claims. A lot of times too, I believe as Trustee Moore and Stan said, it's knowing that the member has gone through the treatment. Have they made it through the treatment process, and are they at the point where the disability makes sense for them to make application for? So it's reviewing that information potentially with the member to see where they are in that process. Is there enough documentation in the medical records to be able to, for the board, be able to make that decision to appoint the IME, again, who's a medical doctor?
Okay, Joanne, another fairly a common question. Can a member apply for a disability if they have resigned or been terminated?
The member can make application. It's then, again, having the member sign and date it and the local board sign and date it. Because now the local board's going to need to look to see when did the member terminate employment. If that member terminated employment within the year, then you can move forward with the application. Now, sometimes while we recommend when we talk to members in local boards that the member terminate by reason of disability in some sort of written form, that may not have occurred. So it may take the board looking at the member's entire record to determine, have they met that part of the statute? Did the member terminate by reason of disability? Because there's nothing in statute that says how that member has to terminate by reason of disability. It just says they do.
Excellent. We have time for one more question and clarification. Joanne, if you could give a quick run through real quick on the eligibility for disability retirement applications by military veterans who are already receiving a veteran's disability pension.
Well, the member can certainly make application if they're active or, again, within that timeliness of being within 1 year of application. But it may, if the member provides enough information I guess it's a conversation you have to find out is the member receiving a pension? Because if there is, as it says in statute, if the member's receiving that money from the military, then they don't qualify. But I have seen I've seen information where, yes, the member had a military background, but the injury that occurred is not related to their military background. So it may take the board going through the exercise of receiving the application, getting all the medical records from the member that they can. I do know of boards who have gone to the VA in order to obtain records from them in order to complete the file, and then going to that IME to let that IME review and determine if that injury occurred during the military time or not. Did it occur during public safety? Is it pre-existing or not? So it may take the board getting to that point to be able to get enough information.
Okay, Joanne, that's about enough time to wrap it up. Next is Phil Coleman, our employer. Excuse me. Thank you, Joanne. Up next, we have Phil Coleman, our employer relationship manager.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're having fun so far. Hard to imagine, 500 plus people. We even had folks registering during the conference. So needless to say, we're pretty excited about that. Another good year for us. And I'm hopeful, as Chairman McCarty stated earlier, I look forward to shaking your hands, seeing your smiling face, fingers crossed for next year. Right off the get-go, I've got to maybe go off script for just 1 minute. I just want to point out some things that we were happy to see. At the 11th hour, we went from a live event to a virtual event based on what's going on in the world today. We were prepared for the Plan B, but I just want to make a shout out to our IT team, IT support, that just made this happen without any issues whatsoever. So without them, we obviously could not have made this happen. I want to thank the committee members that have participated in this with me. We've got a couple of years of experience under our belt doing this, and so far so good. We're having a lot of fun. Hopefully you've gained some good information as a result of this program today. Joanne and I, since HB 2381, have had plenty of conversations with local board secretaries, HR, finance, the gambit of the people that we do business with. And we do sincerely appreciate the feedback that you provided us, the frank discussions about how are we going to get things done, your willingness to assist us during this transitional period of time. I mean, we obviously could not have done this without your support and cooperation. And we just want to reinforce how much we appreciate this relationship and hope that we continue to build upon this and just make things better for all of us, which indeed trickles down to our members. So with that being said, I am very fortunate to go into a little bit more detail about HB 2381. I so enjoy the picture that's on the cover of my slide here. I'd gotten this from my friends up in Winslow. Just iconic Arizona picture. I was here for a short period of time when I received this, and a few other pictures that you folks are willing to send, as well as patches from your departments. But very blessed to be looking at this one. So my friends up in Winslow, thank you again. By the vote of 90 to nothing, HB 2381 was approved. It had the backing of employers, unions, I mean, all of our stakeholders, obviously, with a 90 to 0, putting this through the legislature. This bill came into effect 1/1 of 22. It definitely impacts all employers and local boards. At the end of the day, this is going to ensure timely, uniform, and consistent processing of benefits to our members and survivors as well, whether it's a retirement benefit, a drop, disability, the list is endless, but it's going to make things easier for all of us. One thing that I know we've heard a lot about is this eliminates the requirement for local board secretaries to conduct benefit calculations and service reviews. And with that being said, I'm going to stop just for 1 second. While I know you guys are all jumping up and down, cheering, I can kind of feel it standing here. I can feel the earth moving under me because I know how excited you guys are that you don't have to do that anymore. When this is all said and done, this is definitely going to allow local boards to continue their interaction with members. We don't really want to take any of that away from you. It's a joyous period of time for an individual who's getting ready to exit and move on to the next adventure in their life. Retirement is an accomplishment, and it's awesome to get there. The statute for public safety is going to be Arizona Revised Statute 38847. And under the court program, it's 38893, just in the event that you want to read up on this. What's changing? Well, obviously the process for people to retire, enter or exit drop on the public safety side, dramatic changes. Same on the corp side. We definitely see changes for retirement and participation in reverse drop. We've eliminated that electronic spreadsheet and we've put together a request for an estimate and application form. It is on our website. It is a piece of paper. It still needs to be completed and submitted to get the ball rolling. It's what we have in play right now, but there's a conversation of us taking this one step further. But that's, that'll be happening in the near future. Survivors, in the event that a benefit recipient were to pass, that surviving spouse, in lieu of communicating with the local board, can communicate directly with us, and we can assist that survivor in obtaining that benefit that they're eligible for. What's changing, last but not least, and Brian Moore, Trustee Moore, and Stan Hoover definitely touched on this earlier, that training. There is going to be required training for local board secretaries and attorneys in the future. Our goal is to try to put out some videos and make that easier for us, make it a little bit easier for you based on time constraints, but we are going to have live training as well in the future. What hasn't changed? Well, local boards are still tasked with some duties. The conversations that I've had with people is that we've taken all the fun stuff away from you, but you guys still have to deal with other events. So the onboarding of Tier 3 public safety and court members. And as earlier discussed today, those medical evaluations to look at pre-existing medical conditions. Very important to protect the integrity of the plan, to ensure that that individual had an injury sustained while on duty and not previously. So those pre-existing medical is huge for all of us. All disability applications are going to be handled by the local board, continue to be handled. Line of duty death determinations. I think early on in the unfortunate situation where one of our active members passes, a local board is going to know rather quickly really what's surrounding this individual's passing. So the local board is still going to be in charge of making that line of duty death determination and providing documentation to Public Safety Corp. Laterals, transferring of members, from plan to plan. It does happen. Let's remember that in the event that a member leaves one department to another department, we're hit with this question quite a bit. Should we be asking them to do another pre-existing medical? And I would encourage you to probably do that. I understand there's cost involved, but it's really designed to protect the plan as a whole. Return to work. Return to work is huge. It has a financial impact on that employer because of ACR. So that is still in the purview of the local boards. And then, something that you definitely can do, it's not within the statute, but we definitely see value in local boards acknowledging that a member is entering or exiting drop, retiring with that effective date. Please remember, local boards no longer have to make formal or take formal action on those type of events. But if you want to just continue to say that people are doing what they're doing, something that you've done for years, we're not against that. We need to remind you that local boards, as we talk more about local board consolidation, local boards are still made up of 5 members: the chair, the 2 appointed, and the 2 elected. Even with the consolidation, we need to maintain that 5 members. At the end of the day, the employers are still responsible for all employer-related benefits upon termination of an active member. Severance payouts, non-pensionable, healthcare. There's a variety of other benefits that are out there for members that have nothing to do with public safety whatsoever. So some staff still get the opportunity to visit and have some fun with that member on the verge of retiring. So we're not taking all the fun away from you, but maybe just a little bit. So here's this new form that we designed. Now, kind of funny after the fact, we've eliminated about 50% of our paperwork. So it's kind of ironic that HB 2381 put us in this position. But when we finished this process of reviewing all of our paperwork, we kind of went, wow, we've really taken care of business here. But we did create a form at this point in time to get the ball rolling for that member who wants to apply for a benefit. So, you know, they can fill it out online. They need to print it off. They need to sign it. The member is required to sign this document, and then they can send it into public safety. You, the employer, can send it in. We just definitely need this document to get the ball rolling to help the member out. So whether it's public safety member applying for a regular retirement, entering or exiting drop, we've got a correctional officer who's applying for a normal retirement and also may want to participate in reverse drop. So we've got those categories on there. Again, the member signs it, sends it into us, and we'll get the ball rolling and create an estimate and provide them with the paperwork to take care of business. Again, that employer or local board, if they wish, can provide that document to the member. The reason we look at it that way, or start off with our top bullet point here, is it's familiar. This is how business has been done since the inception of this program. It's been the local board model. So we're definitely changing things up considerably. And I think, you know, still having local boards or you know, HR people involved in this process is just familiar. And I think over time, you know, we're all going to become accustomed to this new procedure and more or less accept some of the changes that are coming down the road for us all here. PRS is going to accept that completed application if the member sends it to us directly. Again, the local board can send it in, or the employer can send it in. If we get the documentation straight from a member, or let's also use the category of if a member provides us, they want to enter drop, and we've noted that they maybe never worked with you, obviously we're going to notify the employer of this significant change. We're hopeful that members are going to continue to talk to employers in regards to retirement benefit, but we don't know that for sure. Again, we're hopeful that that does continue, but in the event that we get this paperwork, we will send you, the employer, a notification that this application has been received from a member. Employers, please submit that paperwork to us within 10 days of receipt to benefit at psprs.com. That's how we get the ball rolling here. This is how we're going to take care of our members. And let's continue to try to hit these deadlines. We've not changed any of that as far as having that information sent to us in a timely manner. But again, when the member hands it off to you, we need to see that within 10 days. Trustee Moore and Stan Hoover earlier did talk about this, that in the event that the member makes an application for disability, or there's a line of duty death application, that that information is submitted to us within 10 days. And I have to dig up my notes for this one because I haven't been here as long as Joanne. I might be senior, but maybe not in years of experience here at Public Safety. I said it. We have too much fun when we work together. So in the event that I think this has come up already in questions, when we're asking that local boards submit this paperwork to us within a timely period, again, let's remember that the local board probably has not taken any action on this application yet. So please, we understand that. We just want to get the clock ticking here and make sure that we hit that 90-day threshold. Process for members. Again, that member is going to provide us with some information, data retirement, so on and so forth. We're going to provide them with an estimate and their paperwork, application form, tax withholding form, banking information, the obvious paperwork. The member should provide that to us. We're looking at least a 60-day lead time. You know, I'm from the old school. Even if they want to send it in a little bit earlier than that, at this point in time, I don't think we're going to say no to that. Because again, the sooner we have it, the sooner we can get you entered into the system. We can hit that time frame for you. As I said earlier, you know, let's try to keep that retirement form packets be submitted by the 10th of the month. The effective date would be the 1st of the month following, and we'll still try to hit that time frame in timely payments to our members. New application process. No local board action, again, is necessary for a normal retirement, the enter or the exit of drop. Retired member who passes, again, no local board involvement is needed. Please direct the survivor straight to Public Safety Corp, and we'll do our best to take care of them in a timely manner. Please send the paperwork in. We've said this a couple times. Benefit app at psprs.com. This is going to be your new friend. Bookmark this and make sure that we get this paperwork in a timely manner. Now, again, one of the nice things that local board secretaries are happy to hear is that we are going to be looking at members' records and looking at those leave without pay, service credit discrepancies. We are going to be reaching out to you, the employer, and ask these questions. So we're hopeful that we can get a timely turnaround so we can generate that estimate to the member and try to provide them everything they need, again, to meet these deadlines. Transitional period, again, through the cooperation with a lot of our local boards, we will be accepting paperwork from them, the old spreadsheet, at least through the end of March. And then as of April 1st, 2022, all applications must be submitted using the new retirement application form. We definitely have to draw a line in the sand, and that's where we've done it. We've got a great new page on our website under employers and local boards, all about HB 2381. We've got a chart out there that kind of breaks down who's in charge of what, whether it's the member, the employer, the local board, PSPRS. So please take a good look at that web page under employers and local boards. Our communication team has done an outstanding job putting that together and trying to provide some direction. What's changing for local boards? The big thing is consolidation. Even though this statute was termed local board consolidation, it really had a lot more with other items that we've just got done talking about, but this is a part of it. So local boards through an intergovernmental agreement can merge, okay? But we need to be clear. Public safety has to merge with public safety, and a corp board has to merge with a corp board. We cannot have the commingling of a corp board merging with a public safety board. The rules, the regulations are completely different, and they do not have the statutory authority to do that. So again, it has to be that similar board. We can't mix and match here. It just doesn't work for us. The local board must seek independent legal counsel with that duty of loyalty to the local board only. That independent counsel cannot be employed or contracted by an employer or a member. We're really getting kind of firm on this. If you do not have a local board attorney at this point in time, and I know that there are a couple boards out there that don't, this is statutory, strongly encourage that you take care of business. We obviously are not in a position to hand out names of attorneys, but talk to your neighboring boards and see who they're working with. Get some ideas and kind of go from there. Don't be afraid to talk to your neighbors, whether it's about a local board attorney or even in some situations, a disability situation. I think that's a good way of doing business, is just to understand what other boards are up to as well. The council must review that model uniform rules adopted by our Board of Trustees. Now, that doesn't mean the board has to, the local board can have their own model uniform rules, but we have rules that have been adopted by our board. I think the vast majority of boards kind of piggyback on ours, but again, you do have that opportunity. Local boards must notify PSPRS of changes to new board members, secretaries, and legal counsel within 10 days using a new local board member and employer information update sheet that is on our website. Or if you have trouble trying to find it, don't hesitate to reach out to Joanne and I, and we'd be more than happy to provide you with that document. So the documents changed ever so slightly. The $100,000 question on here is, when did the member or when did that board member begin their term? This is data that obviously we need to capture in order for us to make sure that those board members are adhering to the new statutory rule of being going through our education program within 80 days of being elected or appointed. For the most part, the documents staying the same. We've moved some things around a little bit, obviously added the local board attorney. But if anyone's got a newer board member, get rid of that old form and let's start using the new one, please. If we get the old forms in, we're probably just going to send you an old one and ask you to redo it because we need that beginning date. Local board training. As the statute indicates, we are obligated to provide training to local boards. This training is going to cover ethics, open meeting law, legal reviews, and fiduciary responsibilities and duties. Training is required by any new local board member and secretary who is in that position as of 1/1 of 22 or after. Training is to be completed within 180 days of that election or that appointment. Obviously, we're going to encourage that all local board members, even if you were on the board prior to 1/1 of 22, go through that education because it's valuable. Our goal is to create videos, which is just easier from a time perspective as far as us traveling the state. And for some of our board members that, work in the daytime and they have other jobs or in the private sector, whatever it might be, it allows them that opportunity to do this at their leisure, which is, I think, just easier for all of us. As we're happy to also inform you, local board minutes can be submitted to our office via email to localboards@psprs.com. You no longer have to submit those via certified mail, which again, we're just trying to save some time and money here and take advantage of technology. What else has changed? Local board non-compliance codified into law, and Trustee Moore talked about this at the tail end of his presentation as well. We know that we're kind of repeating ourselves, but we wanted to do that just to reinforce the importance of this. Local board is required to comply with PSPRS requests for additional information, including action, inaction, or complaints filed against the local board. If a local board is found to be out of compliance by PSPRS, they will have 60 days to take corrective action. Okay, so we're gonna notify you that something's awry. The clock is ticking. You've got 60 days to take action to change this course here a little bit. If no action is taken, PSPRS does have the statutory authority to assume control of your board until this issue is resolved. I'll leave it at that. Let's move on. At the end of the day, what are we here to do? Whether it's public safety, whether it's a local board, whether it's the HR, payroll, we're all here taking care of people. Paying it forward, as I have a tendency to call it at times. We all have a shared interest in taking care of those public safety people, whether it's a police officer, a firefighter, correctional officer, elected officials. We have that shared interest. We should pay it forward. We should take care of these folks. The PSPRS Board of Trustees has a fiduciary obligation to the plan members and its beneficiaries. Local boards have an administrative authority over eligibility, disability retirements, and line of duty deaths as directed by statute. We all work to provide a uniform, consistent, and equitable statewide program for our members. So that's what this statute really is trying to do, is kind of strengthen this program, so that we can, again, perform that uniform and consistent. It's my last slide. I'm good. Thank you. Appreciate that. And just take care of business. So that's my program. I apologize for fumbling the remote. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Phil, yes, we have a question here. One employer is reporting that we have 2 members that are at the end of their drop period and are retiring from drop. Does the local board need to provide any paperwork to PSPRS?
The local board does not need to provide us paperwork. If they wish to provide, at least through March, if they want to assist in this paperwork, we will say thank you very much. If after March, really it's more of the obligation to the member. We are definitely putting a little onus on members to to really take care of their own retirement. At the end of the day, it is their pension. So we're just kind of heading that direction a little bit.
And to clarify, the new statute requires that that employers are going to be sending that information to PSPRS, announcing the intent to retire and retirement forms. On a process level, PSPRS will be responding to those applications filed with PSPRS and then working with members to provide them their benefit estimates and that sort of information, and all.
I agree with that.
Seeking related paperwork for banking and and information like that.
Correct. That is a true statement. Again, it's the member who has that choice. Hopefully they're using the website and they're looking at their own personal numbers and making that personal decision as to when is it time to retire. Our role is to provide them an estimate within a reasonable period of time so they can make that informed decision. We will provide them with the necessary paperwork. Upon receipt of that paperwork, we should be acknowledging receipt and saying that, oh yeah, we're good to go, everything's fine, or we're missing something. Can you provide us something in addition to what you've already provided us? Yes, that's going to be an ongoing program with us in the future in interacting with our members.
Phil, we have another question here. Is PSPRS planning to develop a model intergovernmental agreement for consolidation of local boards?
To the best of my knowledge, we are not. We have that question has been asked. We feel that it's the two agencies that are kind of putting their heads together and want to enter into this arrangement or this agreement. Therefore, legally, I think the onus is on them to take care of this. It's a great question, and I can understand why people would be looking at us for direction. But I think at this point in time, we've determined that it's more to their advantage to take care of business.
Excellent. Another question here. Will local boards have access to information pertaining to members entering drop?
Will local boards have access? Again, at this point in time, or let's look at it after April of 2022, and there's been no employer involvement. The member reaches out to us and indicates that they want to enter drop in the next couple months. We, again, should be notifying the employer that member is entering drop, obviously to give them that date so they can discontinue employee and employer contributions. So there will be communication, more than likely going to HR, maybe payroll. I definitely have seen people in HR that are on the local board or potentially the local board secretary, but are we formally notifying the local board? Not to the best of my knowledge, but I see Robert might have something to add to that. So thank you.
Great. That's a great answer there, Phil. Just as a follow-up, I do believe, and again, Phil and Joanne can correct me if I'm wrong, within our local board secure portal, there is that activity report when we establish accounts within our system, which is, how we pay our members and get them into the benefits. And so when they get established as an interdrop, I believe that is an activity that is collected within that report. So that report would then be accessible to the local board at any time. Again, that's all based upon when we actually get the individual entered into our system. So if you're looking for immediate, like the month in which they're entering drop, as Phil said, I think there's probably a quicker and better coordination between employer and local board because we do confirm termination dates or enter drop dates with the employer to ensure, contribution stop, things of that sort. But employer and local board, there should always be that continued partnership in that process.
Thank you, Robert. Totally forgot about that. That report. I'm the new guy still. Any more questions, Christian?
Phil, we're going to have to move along to our next presentation.
Thank you.
And we appreciate everyone. We are having an extremely high volume of questions submitted here, and we're trying our best to get to everybody. We encourage everyone to submit questions to either Phil Coleman, Joanne Lowy, or resident experts. And our next resident expert here is Larry Lopez, who's going to be presenting about payroll reporting and demographics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Do I have my slides in front of me? Thank you. Thanks for joining us today for the Annual Employer and Local Board Conference. My name is Larry Lopez, and I'm a retirement specialist supervisor here at PSPRS. I'm going to be going over payroll reporting and demographic updates with a little bit of a touch on invoicing and payment. Make sure I'm good here. So we're going to jump right in. The beginning for all of our members, of course, is establishing the proper status. In this case, that may be hiring the member or changing their status, leave without pay, presidential leave, things like that. The use of the demographics manual page in the employer portal is really the easiest way to provide accurate and truthful effective dates for the members changing of status. It also has to include any changes for that particular member that occurred during that pay period. So you may have a member who's on leave without pay and then terminates in that pay period. We need to know both of those statuses. And then of course, it would also go up to and include members that are entering or exiting drop. Keep those items in mind as well. Another way that we can go about making status changes to members is through the upload of contribution reporting and validation. This is not the preferred method, as it basically registers changes in a member's status based on the effective date of the pay period end date. And so that may not accurately capture the date that a member entered a particular status, although it does allow an employer to continue or proceed with the upload contribution, contribution upload process. With that being said, because it does not necessarily provide the true and accurate effective date, preferred method, at least for the system, is for you to use the demographics manual page. And we'll take a look at both of these options going forward. Again, the first thing we have to do is establish the proper status for a member. And we do that by data entry. Employers can access the employer portal from the website. And then by accessing the employer's menu, if you simply hover over the employer's menu, a drop-down will appear. You'll see the demographics. You hover over that and a sidebar opens that will take you to the demographics manual page. We'll go over how that actually works in just a moment. But equally important is to ensure that we continue to receive the members' membership forms. These are somewhat a throwback to prior times when we didn't use electronic means to change member statuses, but it is equally important today. It is the document that we receive that notifies us that the local board has completed their obligation in ensuring that the member is fit for duty and fit to be in the plan. It also provides us with the member's beneficiary designations. So obviously we want to have those on hand. Again, the demographics manual page is really important to continue using on a regular basis. It'll build familiarity and that makes it easier to use. And it also creates a situation where it's less likely that errors will be made. If errors do occur, they can affect a member's ability to make elections, say for tier 3 members. Again, causes contribution errors later on down the road for your payroll department, and then can also create inaccurate estimates for members and for local boards for that matter. And we'll go through the use of non-payment reason codes in just a moment. But again, because those are geared for the pay period, they can provide not entirely accurate effective dates for those status changes. Going forward, again, you might see a theme forming here. The demographics manual page is the preferred method for updating member statuses. And as we'll see, it can be used for other things as well. Again, non-payment reason codes are an option that is available. The use of the non-payment reason codes can, in some cases, lead to inaccurate statuses. And that brings us to the third bullet point on the left, is that one should never use the non-payment reason codes as a sidestep or a way around forcing the contribution validation to go through. Anytime an error message is received, You definitely want to work on those, work them through to their natural progression and resolution. Again, using the demographics manual page will ensure that local board estimates and employees accessing the employee portal, it ensures that they will all receive as accurate estimates as possible. And it's important for employers to also update other items, and we'll go through those. It's important for them to update other items for the member as well. And again, regular use of that site will ensure that there's fewer and fewer errors as time goes by, as individuals become more, I guess, more useful in or more adept at the use of the demographics manual page. And then again, of course, that's the primary goal. Again, is the system accuracy. It ensures that not only our systems have accurate information, but that there's consistency between the employer's information on that member and the system's information on that member. So real quickly, we'll move on. How do we access the page? Again, you can access it simply by hovering over the employer menu in the employer's portal. The first option is demographics. And if you hover over that, it'll bring you a sidebar that opens the demographics manual page. You can simply click on that and it will open a demographics data page. One of the things that you'll notice about the demographics data page is that there are required fields. Some employers may find only one employer group to list. Others, some of you counties may find 3 or 4, maybe even 5 different employer groups there. So it's important to remember to be discerning when you select which employer you're putting a member in. One of the key things about this page, the email address field is not, generally speaking, a required field unless you are hiring a member. We always want an email address for a member. This entry of the email address is what results in the member having an active member account that they can access, make elections, view their accounts, get estimates, things like that. Once you've populated all of the required fields, you simply select a status effective date and then give that member a status. In this case, in the slide here, you can see where we've given a status of quit terminated. That status effective date is the member's last day of work. Not to put too fine a point on it, but it's his last day of work, not his first day not working. So we want to keep that in mind. When we make these status updates, those are the types of dates with the last day the member was contributing or the first day that the member is working. When you hire someone, that's the date that we want there. All that's needed after that is to click the submit button. And the beauty of this page is that if you select an employment status that is incompatible with the current status we have for that member, the system will give you an error message and you'll have to make some sort of change. You can't enter a bad, well, we've done everything we could to ensure that you couldn't enter a bad status for a member. But once you submit that, the information will be confirmed. You'll get a message that says successful, and that information that you've entered will be written to the member's account. With that being said, this page is for more than just member status changes. You can update members' addresses. If they go through a name change, you can update that as well. Basically, it's a means of updating any demographic information for this member. And of course, in this case, the non-required fields simply are left unpopulated. You wouldn't put in an effective date and you wouldn't select a new status for the member. You would simply submit with the demographic information you've entered. Members, of course, can complete these types of changes as well by reaching out to our office. We can help them with address and name change forms, beneficiary designation forms, any types of change they would like. But with employers using this page to make demographic changes, it does, again, ensure that consistency between the employer and the system. So we encourage you to use it. It gives you plenty of practice. Of course, the more familiar you are with something, the less likely you are to make a mistake. Moving on, now that we've made sure that all of our members are in the correct status, we can move on to reporting their contributions. Contributions are reported by selecting, again, under the employer's menu, selecting contributions. When you select the contributions page, you might tend to feel a little bit intimidated by the process. But if you think about it, there are really only 4 or 5 different pages on the contribution process, and they're all very defined. So the ability to make a mistake really has to be done on purpose. So it's not something that you can do by accident, or at least it's very unlikely. So please try not to let the process intimidate you. If you go at it with a good frame of mind, if you use it on a regular basis, you'll find that it's a really simple process. It has some clearly defined parameters, and if you follow those parameters, you kind of can't get in trouble. But with that being said, the first thing you would do when you select the contributions from the drop-down, it'll bring you to select a payroll. And it's basically asking you to select an employer group. And again, just as I mentioned before, you may see several different options, or you may see only one, depending on the employer you work for. The idea here is to make sure that you select the correct one. We would not notify you that you've selected the wrong one until the last step in the process. And so it can lead to a waste of time if you don't select this in the first place. But anyway, after selecting the correct payroll group, you can click the View Employer link. And of course, that will draw you to the submission method page. On the submission method page, we're asking strictly that you select a contribution file type. And so we have the fixed width. They look like texts. They look like notepad pages. We have the Excel spreadsheets and CSV files as well. If you are going to continue to use the same type of file over and over again, you can select that, and then you can click the Save Changes button, and that'll ensure that you don't have to keep selecting it over and over every time you submit a payroll. You do this for each group. But then the next step would be to select a pay period. Selecting a pay period can sometimes be a little bit challenging. These are the pay period end dates that you're trying to select here, not the pay dates or anything else. It's the last day of a particular pay period that you're selecting here. If you have trouble, if you are unable to locate the pay period that you're looking for, you can always reach out to our active members team. They can help you figure out what the problem is and make sure that, the pay period you need is available to you. Of course, once you've selected the proper pay period, you can select the green Continue to Upload process, and that would bring us to the next step in the process. This page is a little bit obscured by the example, but you can either use the Browse button to browse your computer and locate the file that you'd like to upload, or you can simply drag and drop. If you already have an Explorer open, you can just simply drag and drop that file in. And the beauty of this page is that if you notice on the lower left hand, it provides the next step for you. Next, upload the file. Now, if you've selected a particular file type, and then you've gone and dragged and dropped or selected a particular file that is a different file type, the system will let you know. It will tell you, I can't parse this. This is the wrong file type, and you'd have to use the back button or start over by going to the employers menu and selecting contributions again. In this case, we were lucky enough that we selected the correct file type. And so we're going to click Next, Upload File. And what happens is our system will take the information on that upload file, and it parses it into these fields that our system can validate. If you notice on the left hand of the slide, the next step really is just to validate. Now, I've removed some of the information here to protect the innocent, but the point is that the system is going to take and validate members' social security numbers, the contribution types, the amounts or the rate of contribution, and figure those rates against the reported pensionable salary. It'll also verify the member's contributory status to determine whether or not that member is eligible for making a contribution. And that's what brings us to rate errors or contribution errors. In this case, on the right-hand side, you'll see several red error messages. These error messages are their contribution not found and are required. And just as that might suggest, in this case, this is an example of a file that was uploaded that did not include contributions for particular members for whom are in a status that requires a contribution. And so again, the ability to make mistakes in the system is limited by the programming. And so in this case, we're not going to allow the contribution upload to continue until these issues are rectified. Now, again, these are red error messages. There are other types of messages that don't necessarily stop you from proceeding, and we'll get to some of those in a moment. But the point is that in this case, these are red error messages that do require some attention. I always suggest that employers download the CSV file, and there's twofold. Number one, you have a record of what went wrong if you download the CSV file. It's in black and white, it's telling you what went wrong, and you can use that to make changes to your upload file, and that'll determine the next time you run the file, you won't run into that problem again. With that being said, of course, you can make the corrections directly on the page. For some of you larger employers, if you have greater than 100 errors, they won't all be displayed, so that wouldn't work. For maybe not such a large employer, you can go through and make the corrections. However, if you take too long, the system may time out, and when you go to validate a second time, the system may simply tell you that all the changes you made have been lost, and because the page timed out. And so obviously you don't want that. Again, download the CSV file and correct your file before you upload again. That'll usually resolve that problem. With that being said, we'll just real quickly review a couple of different types of stoppage errors. Again, these would appear as red on the validation page. And we just went through the contribution not found, and they're very similar. They're kind of two sides of the same coin. Contributions not found but are required, just as it states. It's basically saying we have a member who is in a contributory status and we don't see a contribution for that member. And again, that's validated by Social Security number. So you'll want to check those. You may simply have the wrong Social Security number on the upload. But at any rate, we're not seeing a contribution for somebody we're expecting it for. And it doesn't necessarily mean that that member's not on your upload. It may simply mean that a particular type of contribution is missing. But the system will identify that and it'll display that as the type of contribution that's missing. It can also reference a member who's just wholly not there. You should have withheld for him. He should be on your upload file and he's not. We're not going to allow you to make the contributions for the rest of your staff until that member has been added to it as well. On the other side of that coin, unexpected contributions. The unexpected contribution error is, like I said, the other side of that coin. It's a contribution that you've uploaded on your file that we weren't expecting. We have a member, as the final bullet point says, we have a member, but he's in a status that is non-contributory. We don't want, not only are members not required to make contributions until a certain time, but they are not allowed to make contributions until they reach those requirements. Again, it can be specific to one type of contribution. So you may have the member on the file and you're simply giving us the wrong contribution type. We will let you know. And then of course, it may simply be you need to remove that member altogether. But those are the stoppage errors. Next, we'll look at some other common reporting ones, but these are not stoppage errors. These will appear in blue on the screen. I always thought they should be in green because you can proceed beyond these. But in a way, these can be more problematic than the stoppage errors. So that goes directly to rate errors on the left. Rate errors are, basically speaking, we noticed an error in the amount that you're contributing for a particular member based on their reported salary. And that rate is incorrect, but we've corrected it. Now, again, the trick of this is that you can proceed from here, but the invoice that you receive in the end will not match the upload that you've submitted. And so it's very important for you to monitor these types of errors, review them, make sure that the information is accurate. If changes need to be made, you can contact our active members team. They'll make those changes, excuse me. And then you can process your upload again. If the errors are correct, again, downloading the CSV file will provide ample detail on why you're making a payment or you're being asked to make a payment or you're being invoiced for an amount that is different than the contribution upload file that you've submitted to us. That can help you with audits and things like that. One of the other error messages that occurs is, I couldn't classify this as anything other than incidental. It's kind of a ghost in the machine, but it is a EPSL contribution for review error message. And again, it's a blue error message. It doesn't stop you, but it should be taken literally. Displaying EPSL contribution for review. By all means, please review it. Make sure that it matches with your records and what you believe should be deposited, but it's not something to stop you. You won't need to, fret over it. You don't need to contact our office for it. It's simply a message that's been displayed for you to view. Every item in your upload may be perfect, and you may run into this one. Again, read it, take it literally, review it. If everything is fine, then move forward. With that being said, just a real quick recap of these error messages. Again, we have red error messages that are stoppage errors, and these require a change. It's either a change to your upload file, a change to a member's status, or there may be some part of our record that's inaccurate other than the status. And of course, you'll reach out to the active members team to make those changes. I mentioned social security number might be incorrect. We would have to make those changes here in our office. On the other hand, you have blue error messages that are not stoppage errors. Again, they can be more problematic. You have to pay very close attention to them simply because, again, you're going to get an invoice that's different than the upload or the check that you've prepared to pay. And as a result, you want to make really fine note of those changes. The CSV file is a perfect way of doing that. And it doesn't take a whole lot of work. You just click a button. And then again, this technical artifact of the displaying EPSL contribution for review, read that literally, and you shouldn't have any problems. Again, it's displaying it for your review. There's not a problem being identified. It's just for review. Moving on. Again, once you've gone through and you've reviewed these information, and as the red arrow indicates, you've downloaded the CSV file for your own records, you're free to proceed. You can now preview the invoice. This is not a point of no return, so don't ever be afraid of clicking that button. You can always start back at the home page and start your process over if you feel there's something missing or something is amiss. I'd like to take a moment just to take a look at the CSV file. In this particular instance, there was an individual, his name is Richard at the top. And when I ran this file, I purposely deleted him from it. So the system generated a contribution not found and is required. I simply populated the members, as it indicates in green, I simply populated the members' pensionable wages and hit validate again. And the system automatically calculated what that rate is. It then gave me a blue error message indicating that it populated or it changed the contribution amount. And then of course, I downloaded the CSV file so that I could take record of that before I get an invoice. So again, it's a really helpful tool that only takes the click of one button. If you have to reach out, you have a very detailed description of the problem that you're experiencing. And that can help our active members team get you through to a resolution more quickly. But moving on, once you do click the preview invoice link, again, you're still not at the point of no return. So there are a few different items on this page that you'll want to make note of. Now, first of all, this is a preview of the invoice. This is not the actual invoice, although this is reflective of the invoice you will receive. Number two, employers who have credit accounts, if you prepay, if you've made adjustments that have resulted in a miscellaneous credit for you, if you still have Hall Parker credits available, you can select the link and you can use those to apply to the invoice that's outstanding. And then of course, at the bottom of the page, you have nationwide contributions. We do validate them. We record them in the member's account. They are paid directly to Nationwide Retirement Solutions. But at that point, you can click I accept, and then you have reached the point of no return. Just the takeaways that you want to keep in mind. Number one, don't take it too seriously. The system has a lot of checks and balances to keep you from making a mistake. Use the demographic manuals page to make the demographic changes and to make status changes. Validation errors, again, red errors require changes to your system, our system, your file. Something has to be changed. Blue messages are simply changes that we've made, so please make note of them. Always, always, always download and save the CSV file. It could come in handy at a later date. And just remember, you've not reached a point of no return until you click I accept. That will generate the invoice that'll be sent to you through eBill. And real quickly, just touching on eBill, we do have some employers who have not registered on eBill to pay your invoices. So by all means, please take an opportunity. You can reach out to our finance group, our accounting department, and they can help with anything you need in order to register. You'll be able to view and pay bills on the eBill system. And once you create an invoice, again, you'll be able to select those invoice, pay them, select the pay date. You can use one or more type of payment. But once those payment types are entered, they are stored. So it's the only time you have to do it. And then moving forward, again, it's a great way to make safe and efficient payment of any type of invoice. It's going to help you avoid late fees or interest. As we move forward with our new pension administration system, we strongly suggest that you use the e-bill to pay your bills, as of course, interest and late penalties will become a thing in that new system. Obviously, becoming familiar with that system now will help you to be used to using it when the time comes and there's really those parameters really set forth. We've included the link to take you to the registration page. There's an email address where you can request assistance directly from Wells Fargo eBill. They're great. They really help out a lot. And then, of course, you can reach out to our finance group. We've included a link to our accounting department. You can ask them questions, or you can always call us at the main number here, and a member of our call center staff would be happy to help you. With that being stated, do we have any questions moving forward?
Larry, we do. We have a question about the online enrollment process for new hires. Question is there a better way to enroll a new hire when they're coming from another PSPRS employer? We are finding that many times we cannot enroll a new hire online because the previous employer has not termed them in the PSPRS portal.
Yeah, actually, that is that's a standard issue. What this really does boil down to is that as a group, all of our employers have to work together. If every employer is steadfast in updating their statuses as quickly as possible, we run into that problem less and less. And so it's kind of I wouldn't want that to happen to me, so I'm going to take care of it. Unfortunately, we don't have a workaround other than to reach out to our active members team. They can assist in creating a status where you can submit those changes, and then also, of course, reaching out to the prior employer to get an accurate date. Anything else?
One more here. It has to do with the dreaded blue error message. Will it ever go away? The employer says, we continue to get a blue notice with each submission. However, the invoice is always correct and always matches the upload file.
I would like to say yes. I would like to say yes, that blue error message will go away. However, a lot of our resources are being dedicated to the new pension administration system, and we are considering whether or not we would like to make that correction in the existing system, which very well may go away, or simply make that a correction that we put into the new pension administration system. So unfortunately, the jury's still out on that. I'll have to defer to our Director of Member Services to see where that gets prioritized. Looks like it's likely going to be with us until we move to our new system. Very good question, though. Your lips to God's ears.
Excellent. Thank you, Larry. Up next, we will have Annette Jorgensen presenting about the health insurance subsidies and cancer insurance policy program of PSPRS.
So here we are, health insurance 101. Just a reminder on the first slide as to the different options that members have for health insurance. Once it gets to slide number 1, how do I do? Sorry, I should have run a practice. There we go. There's 3 different types of coverage that a member could submit for subsidy. It actually is paid through the employers. There's the Arizona State Retirement Group Plan, the Arizona Department of Administration Plan, which is only for state employees, or the COBRA through a retiree's former employer. Each of our systems, including Arizona State Retirement System, offer a subsidy to help defer the costs of insurance premiums. The subsidy is based on different things like, is it family? Is it single? Are they Medicare? Are they not Medicare? Things of that nature. Under the elected officials plan and under Arizona State Retirement System, there is they have to have a certain amount of years before they can get their full subsidy. For elected officials, it starts at 5 years and they get full subsidy at 8 years. For Arizona State Retirement, it starts at 5 years and they get full subsidy at 10 years. There's a new insurance subsidy for the Tier 3 DC that's coming on board. We're still working on all the paperwork, but basically in a nutshell, it's for the DC only defined contribution users, including the hybrids. It'll primarily be the Tier 3 correction officers who are not probation surveillance officers, and potential use by Tier 3 public safety members who elect DC benefits. Starting July this year, new and existing Tier 3 DC only members will have an opt-in contribute towards retirement subsidy election. It will be 90 days. Once they make a decision, it'll be irrevocable. PSPRS is working on the codes and how you would have the member select this and how you would indicate to us what the member selected. This is just a brief synopsis of what that contribution amount from the member and from the employer could be. It would be through the paychecks, and the corrections would be approximately 17% or 0.17%. And public safety would be approximately 0.19%. This is a basic chart of what the subsidies are for our members at full eligibility for subsidy. And to remind you, that's 8 years for the elected officials and 10 years for Arizona State Retirement. If they are single, not Medicare, it's 150. If they're single with Medicare, it's 100. If they have at least one dependent, it's 260 if no one is Medicare. Once one person is Medicare, it will go down to 215. And when all covered entities are on Medicare, it goes down to 170. For the benefit of defining what we mean when we say health insurance for the subsidy, right now that just includes medical coverage and dental coverage. How does a member get the subsidy? When they fill out the enrollment forms for the Arizona State Retirement Group Plan, which comes to our office for our retirees, the subsidy is applied to that coverage that they sign up for. An employer who is seeking the member subsidy would fill out our ER sub form, which is an employer request for subsidy form. And the employer would send that form to us and we would be paying the subsidy to the employer directly. For ADOA, or Arizona Department of Administration, a member would fill out the ADOA forms with ADOA, and we would get notified through a daily upload that we receive from Arizona Department of Administration. Retirees can be eligible for more than one subsidy. An example would be a member who retired as a police officer and then went to work for the state under a state position. They could potentially get subsidy from both public safety and Arizona State Retirement. And a member for our records, if to be considered Medicare eligible, is when they turn 65. And in some cases, if they have a disability, they could get Medicare prior to turning 65. A member who starts working for another agency can also have their new employer request a subsidy if they elect under that employer. If the new employer is their employer they retired from, it could take a little more time just due to we would need different documents from that employer to ensure that no return to work violations happened when that member was hired. Our responsibilities as the insurance team is to gather information from employer groups on options available, assist retirees who contact the office to obtain or keep insurance coverage, help retirees resolve eligibility issues with coverage under ASRS plans. Sorry. For your general information on subsidies and insurance, retirees or employers can also contact us at Insurance GRP, which is short for group, at PSPRS.com. When you call our main office number, just ask for insurance. All right. We're going to move on to the cancer program. There will be time for questions about both presentations at the end of this presentation. Thank you. The cancer insurance program is a supplemental benefit for retired public safety members and retirees. The plan is also available for correction officers employed by participating employers. It helps active and retired members offset expenses related to cancer diagnosis and treatment. Applies direct benefit payments and/or reimbursements for out-of-pocket costs. Elected officials, EORP members, and retirees are excluded from this plan. Currently, the plan covers 30,000 active and retired first responders and correction officers. Distributes approximately $3 million a year in benefits and reimbursements. Employers help to ensure all eligible members are aware of this program. And that's really important. We really need your help as employers to make sure that your members know they have this benefit available to them. So many times we get calls from members and they indicate to us that they didn't even know about the program. Active and retired members will tell us that. So please make sure that your members are aware that this program is available to them. Public safety employers are emailed an annual bill in July, August that must be paid by the end of August. So please remember to put that on your budget so that you're looking for that billing by the end of July. Corp employers need to provide new hires with the opt-in form within 30 days. For more information about how to set up corp employees, please contact the cancer department. PSPRS members and retirees. All active members are eligible for the plan. Retired members under public safety who have not exhausted the 5 months for coverage at no cost for every year of credited service and the years in drop. Meaning for drop members, we add in the time that they're in drop to their time when we're calculating this 5 months for every year of credited service. Retired members who have exhausted the no cost period may elect to continue coverage if they've had a diagnosis of cancer and they begin to pay the annual premium. Corp members and retirees who are eligible. Active members who elect and receive, active members who elect to receive and pay for coverage under an employer that has opted into the cancer insurance plan. Retired members who elected for coverage as active members and have not exhausted 5 months of coverage for every year of credited service. Retired members who opted for coverage as active members and have exhausted the no cost period may elect to continue coverage if they've had a diagnosis of cancer and pay the annual premium. If you want more information, you can go to our website, and there is forms available on the front page under Forms and Resources, or if you click on the radio buttons at the bottom under the Public Safety or Corp Plans, you will also see that there's a cancer section which outlines how they're eligible, what to do when they have a claim. It also references back to the claim forms, and it also talks about how they would be able to continue the coverage once they've retired. If you have any questions, you can call our office, ask for the cancer insurance program. And if you have email, you can email us at cancerinsurance@Public Safety. Right now, I'm the only one listed, but I am training 2 people at the end of the month to be able to receive and help to enter claims. There is something to be said about what kind of payments are available, because it's not all out-of-pocket expenses that a member can submit for reimbursements. This is a few of the different reimbursements a member could receive. The most popular that we get the most claims for is the diagnosis of cancer. This is a benefit of $15,000, and it's for any cancer other than skin cancer. It's payable. There is a payable for a second or subsequent new cancer diagnosis, and I stress the word new, cannot be a metastasized cancer from a previous cancer. And that one is $75 or $7,500. The other diagnosis benefit is the skin cancer benefit, which is a $500 payment per diagnosis, up to 5. They also now have the genomic and genetic testing available for reimbursement if you have out-of-pocket. Out-of-pocket reimbursements are not to exceed the actual incurred expenses. I have had a couple people get a little confused when they're looking at the radiation chemo benefit, because it says a $10,000 max. They submit to us and think that that's what they're going to get, but we're going to only just pay what their maximum out of pocket for the different services. We're not going to pay the $10,000 right away. Reimbursements are also available for medical imaging, including PET scans. Effective January 21, when a member has a diagnosis of cancer or skin cancer claim, we will be sending, or we have been sending, those payments to employers. Some of you are familiar with this because you've received those payments and wondered, what is this? But hopefully the rest of you attended the meetings that we had last year and were familiar that we would be sending these payments to you. Along with those payments, we will be submitting tax documents if they are retired members, so that you can process these payments through your payroll. And then also you will need to remember that those members will need W-2 forms at the end of the year. Public Safety will provide correspondence to both the member and the employers in regards to the payments. If you receive the payments before you get the documents, our finance department does mail out the checks separate. So that is usually why there's a lag. As I said, employers will need to add the retired members back into their payroll system in order to process these payments. We will provide the tax withholding forms to a retiree. It's part of their packet when they submit for a claim. And in the communication that we'll send to you after the checks are mailed, there will include the information on the members' tax elections and their current information on address. Because this is considered a fringe benefit, this is considered pensionable wage. This is not considered pensionable wage. Lastly, please remember claim payments changes impact public safety members, not the members of Corp. So Corp members we don't do the same process for the Corp members. There is current legislation, SB 1040, in the admin bill that will change this payment process. Under the new proposal, member premiums paid by the employers are to be treated as wages, subject to federal and state income and employment taxes. This legislation is supported by the Public Safety Board of Trustees and member organizations. And this provision allows members who file cancer insurance claims to avoid having the payments subject to state and federal taxes. That's the end of my presentation, so we're ready for questions.
Annette, we do have some questions. We're going to start with questions dating back from the health insurance subsidy portion of your presentation. The first question is, does a surviving spouse of a retired PSPRS or Corp member receive the subsidy?
Yes, as long as they are eligible to get a pension, they're eligible for the subsidy benefits, just the same amount and the same manner as a member would.
Thank you. And Annette, are retired members notified when their cancer insurance is going to terminate?
Yes.
Okay.
We send out notification to members who have made claims. We send it out annually with the billings that we do in July, August. For members who haven't submitted for a claim yet, we try to send out 2 to 3 months prior to their expiration.
And we're getting continued a lot of questions about SB 1084, which is a PSPRS admin bill that would provide changes to the cancer insurance claim payment process. I mean, this is a pending piece of legislation. Our admin bills are generally considered non-controversial and have passed easily in recent years. But I have Robert on here, Robert Ortega, Member Services Director, to speak a little bit about what employers can expect to changes of the claim payment process in future years, pending approval of this legislation.
Thanks, Christian. Yeah, I know our employers over the last couple years have, kind of had that additional administrative burden that's been put onto them with respect to the cancer claims, more specifically the first instance of cancer payment, skin cancer benefits, which are basically not reimbursements, but a direct payment, or as Annette mentioned, fringe benefit. And under IRS guidelines, if they're not reimbursements, that becomes a taxable event for the member, specifically in PSPRS. And that is only the result of the fact that our employers pay the premiums on behalf of the members annually, as opposed to with Corp members. The Corp members pay it directly themselves from their payroll checks annually. And so since that is a benefit that's being paid directly by the employer, that is the reason why that particular type of benefit is a taxable event, and why we had to, over the last couple of years, send those payments to you all to then process via your payroll process and withhold the proper FICA taxes. So we've heard you all on the issue around that. And so this is kind of our hope to address that issue, in that now, should this bill be passed, that premium that you as the employers will continue to pay to PSPRS on behalf of the members will now have the ability to now basically establish that payment as wages. Think of it as, for some of you employers who may have provided domestic partner benefits for health insurance, which isn't covered under a cafeteria plan if they're not directly the spouse, meaning that it's kind of imputed income. So what you would do if this bill would be passed is, at the moment that you pay the premium, the $50 premium annually on behalf of that member, you would then, in your payroll process, again, we don't have all the specifics operationally on how that would be handled, but I would suggest, or I would think that in the payroll after that initial payment you make to us, you would then turn around and in the payroll count that as imputed income or wages for the member to then be taxed on. And so what that does at that point is over a 3-year period, would then make those type of payments, those first occurrence benefits, the skin cancer benefits, a tax-free benefit for that member. And there is no more requirement for us to send the payment to you all. We then can continue and pay those payments directly to the members and not have to withhold these taxes. As I mentioned, it is going to have to be a 3-year process. So do understand that should this bill pass, it's not like on the effective date of this bill, we no longer are going to send payments to you all and you no longer have to withhold taxes off of those payments. It's going to have to be a transitional period because under IRS provisions and rules, in order for it to become a fully tax-free benefit, that member has to have paid taxes on that premium for 3 years. So what will basically happen is there will be a transitional period whereby if we happen to, an example would be, we have a claim that's payable for a member and they've only have been taxed for 1 year's worth of premium via their imputed income, we would then turn around and say, okay, well, 2/3 of that $15,000 benefit is still considered taxable. So employer, you are still responsible for paying this portion of benefit and still responsible for withholding the proper FICA taxes against it. And we, PSPRS, will take that 1/3 payment and pay it directly to the member because there's no tax consequence against that. And then again, the example would be if it was 3 years later and that member had that type of benefit that's being paid out, we would then just say, no worries, employer, you don't have to pay this benefit. We will pay this benefit because it's now a tax-free benefit for that member. So that's our hope and our goal. And as Christian did mention, it's part of our admin bill, which traditionally is easily goes through the legislature. So we wholly anticipate that we would be able to get this language within the statutes to then allow us to proceed in this manner. And as it was also mentioned, this is something that was supported not only by our Board of Trustees, but our stakeholders as well, our employer groups, our employee groups. So again, we hope that this will help our employers through this step. And as this bill gets put into play, we will then, start working through operational guidance on how that should be handled. But again, for those who are payroll individuals on this conference today, I'm sure the word imputed income does make sense to you or you understand what that means. And that's how we probably would be approaching that premium payment moving forward for the member.
Yeah, we're going to keep the lines open for questions for about 20 to 30 seconds. Yeah, we have a quick one right here. Questions has to deal, again, it looks like with SB 1084. What about retirees? Would they still be added into the payroll and be taxed under the proposed method?
That's a great question. What that basically would do is we kind of treat the retirees like that already, in that, as Annette mentioned, there is a period by which once a member retires, they get this free period for those premiums that had been paid previously by the employer. Once they retire, once that period ends, unfortunately, it's not until that period ends that the member then becomes required to pay the premium themselves, which is that point which we would then calculate that proportionate amount of taxable versus non-taxable benefit for that first occurrence benefit. So unfortunately with our retirees, there's really no way to deal with the issue until they become responsible themselves for paying the premium directly to PSPRS. Because once they retire, as you know, they come off your rosters annually for the invoicing. So what's happening when they're receiving benefit during retirement, during that free period, is we're accounting for that time frame in which you, employer, had been paying the premium on their behalf. So unfortunately, it's only going to really affect retirees at the point that they become responsible for the premium payment moving forward.
And I think that looks like it's going to about wrap it up. PSPRS would like to offer a big warm thank you to all of our attendees throughout the state, including our payroll, HR, finance employees, and all of our local board members and stakeholders on the line. Another big thanks to the PSPRS IT staff, who's done a fantastic job, our member services, employer, and local board staff as well. All attendees are encouraged to sign up for our PSPRS newsletters through our website, to follow us on social media, and to check our website and receive our newsletters and read all of our communications. Thank you again for a great annual event. We look forward to doing this next year, hopefully in person. Thanks again.